at all the lovelies. This is Naples in the old days. These are photographs on the wall. And we used to have ships, sailing ships and clippers come in. And here we've got an ancient grinding wheel for grinding flour. And you attach a bloody horse to, and he runs around this thing and grinds the flour or pulp. And there's old bits and pieces in here. This is old. That's an old press. That press is bloody old. Probably an old olive press. We've got sausage hanging up here in this outdoor kitchen.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, here we have Maria the farm lady.
Mozzarella cheese.
Mozzarella, and before she starts, I have also first to tell you that normal mozzarella here in the region of Campania is made from buffalo milk.
That's the exit to the farm we just come out of before we had lunch. And we're walking down the laneway down here to get the bus. And that's the other end of the laneway. Couldn't get the bus down here in a pink fit. Someone just got married in Sorrento. This is the main square of Sorrento, which is the coast, another coastal port near Naples. This is looking from the square in Sorrento down to the Mediterranean, and right across the other side of the Naples, which you can't really make out. Here we are in the port of Sorrento. There's a big boat just come in, big catamaran thing. It's going to berth probably at that dock over there. Someone else has got their big cruise ship in with 1 million people on it. Lots of nice boats. This is overlooking the port area and the parking area. 1 million bloody bikes down there. Got you go and sunbake on a deck area down there, privately owned. And out to sea, to the Mediterranean, what we have is Mount Vesuvius, straight across the water. Sitting to the side of it. Over there,
that's Vesuvius there, looks like
Naples.
That'd be
There's Naples.
Naples, the Bay of Naples, George.
It's the Bay of Naples with Naples in the background. Pompeii is got to be in there somewhere, Pompeii.
It's around the other side.
That's Mount Vesuvius, and growing all the time, and getting more dangerous and more dangerous. And Rome, east of Buggery, back up the coast, about 300 k's that way. We've got to get back there tonight. We'll get back at about 10 o'clock tonight. It's now 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And we've got to go to Blazers up there. Looking back behind us, from the Sorrento, Bay of Sorrento, we've got to go back on that road. Up there we can see that
guys, let's get a hotel.
bus.
Right, what a great idea it would be.
And there's the background of Sorrento. The mountains up there, hotels overlooking the ocean. Come down on the boat in Sorrento.
Just keep walking after us because I've got to shut the doors now. I think there's an automatic thing when they go about 5 or 6 metres, the doors seem to shut.
Yeah. This thing's bloody moving. Coming into Sorrento. From Sorrento, head back towards Rome. So we're down into a town which is between Sorrento and Naples. Church right up there on the mountainside. Shook around. Church over there. And that's Mount Vesuvius without any cloud on it, the one on the right. And there is one that exploded. That's the new one building. That's the Port of Naples. And the Bay of Naples. And Vesuvius is up there. Pompeii is around there. It's a beach, it's black sand. There's a lemon. He brought a lemon that bloke. There's a great big cruise liner in here. Big ship. It's the harbour of Naples. Some old castle, fort here on the side. Huge massive gates in the front. Okay, it's the next morning. We're finished with Rome. We're leaving Rome today, heading for Assisi. All the Sissis are. Left the hotel. This is Parliament House. It's supposed to be abandoned because of the foundations falling down.
But certainly the rolling hill country, so reminiscent of Tuscany.
The bridge.
This bridge we cross now. Do you remember when we went to dinner the other night and I spoke of the fascist style of architecture, lots of travertine? This is from that era. The basilica in town, though, the main basilica of St. Francis in the town of Assisi, that was actually begun just very shortly after the death of St. Francis.
St. Francis Church.
And has some quite important works of art in there.
Church of St. Francis.
Now we'll slow down as much as we can here so you can see the facade of the Church of St. Mary of the Angels.
St. Mary of the Angels is
So again, it's within there that we have not only the place where the Franciscan order was before he became, before he
this is Assisi. We're inside some walls here, just come out of the hotel. This is the Basilica, another one. It's supposed to be spectacular inside. And this is like a city within walls. That's the way in down through there. This is the entrance to the church. This is the San Franciscans church. This is looking out over the countryside of Assisi, to the mountains, and the township down below. New township, that is. Which is down there. We're up in the hill inside the fortress of the Franciscan priests. That's the church and basilica. Okay, we're on our way to Venice today from Assisi, and this is where we stayed. That's the church, the San Franciscan Orders Church. We stayed in a hotel behind this hotel here, and this place has got more bloody churches than you can poke a bloody stick at. There's another church through there, there's another one up through there, and there's another one down there behind that building. This place is just bloody churches and nuns everywhere. Anyway, we're going to head off down to Venice today. That's overlooking the town of Assisi. We've left yet, we're just getting on board the bus in a minute. Nice sunny day here today. Bit fresh, but beautiful.
They're designed to let in as much light as possible, especially in the winter months. And the shutters are not taking up the summer sun during siesta peaks here in the winter time.
That's the Tiber River, and it runs through Rome.
Although we don't tend to see it sticking for too long.
Still on our way to Venice.
A very different stone from the sort of stone we'll see the day after tomorrow when we go from Venice across the Alps up towards Vienna. We'll be going.
The Tiber.
Reflect.
It's up in the Apennines. A lot of reflections on the mirror glass in the bus. Trying to do as best we can with this. But this is up in the Apennines. We're still on our way. That's the Tiber River again. And looks like another big bridge, more of the Tiber. Reflections are really bad off the glass. Like they're coming down out of the Tiber.
That's beautiful. It's where that little planted, it must have been planted on that.
Still on our way to Venice. Just turned off. We're heading east. Just went through the town of Bologna.
Venice has seen a bit of a renaissance in shipbuilding over recent years. Once upon a time, centuries ago, Venice was a huge force in shipbuilding. But then the sort of the cheaper ports,
10 km,
in Eastern Europe, for instance, Northern Europe, would coming across to Venice. have a look towards the left-hand side. Can you see some fellows there standing? Big gondolas, they're actually racing gondolas, those. Not the style, quite the style of gondola we'll be taking tomorrow, but similar idea. And they race those the way you would have row. They all have their teams and compete against each other. The competition runs right until the end of summer. Venice Central and Orient Express comes in here and actually terminates at the station right on the Grand Canal. At the very end of these railway lines. If we were doing that journey, we'd be just about coming to the end of it in Venice. That's in Troncheto, where most of the boats, the bigger boats, leave from. In particular side, as we're coming into the island of Lido, you'll need to reboard quite smartly.
It's a car ferry we're putting the bus on. Very similar to that one. Go across the island of Lido. Here comes our ferry. We're going to put the bus on that one. And then we're going across the island in Venice. That's our ferry we're taking. There's unloading. Our bus ready to go aboard. Well, we're on the ferry. That's a little craft around. It's supposed to be a 40-minute boat ride out to an island. Looks like the main CBD area over there. Looks like a refinery. Main industrial area. And from the refinery, apparently the Austrians, after Napoleon, the Austrians managed to get Venice, and they built that isthmus of land or bridge out to here. Connect the mainland to this part of the island. On our way up the channel,
Isn't that pretty though?
the cruise ship here on the left,
It's lovely.
boat from behind it. We're going up going past an Italian cruise ship moored there. It's called the Boreal. We've got some churches and basilicas in there in the background. The old ones were also. Steeple over there, which has bloody got the angle of a dangle on it, like the Leaning Tower of Pisa. It's leaning right over. That thing could end up bloody collapsing. So you really got to lean on it. Yeah, look at that. like a water police. Vessels over there. There's a church at the back in there, so it might be this church and all the people are all crowded around. Bloody thousands in there. Like they're doing up a building there.
There's a boat like ours.
Thousands of people walking across that bridge over there. There's a ferry like the one we're on. Just found another tower with a massive lead on it. Looks like it's going to go down as well. Places. All got balloons on it. That big tower's got a bit of a lean. Yes, it definitely has. It's slightly leaning to the right. Now, going on the bridge. All through these buildings, they're all crisscrossed with canals everywhere. Another one. They were on the actual main river, and all the canals go off this one. On the other side of the boat, it looks like that all goes out to sea out there. You went out of the road. Yeah, that goes out to the ocean out there. Right. And there's another little island out there. This is out to the right. Looks like more islands out there. And that looks like goes out to the ocean. That's a couple of more islands. And another island way in the distance. And another one. And another one. It's out from the Mediterranean. These are a racing gondola. Coming around the back of the boat.
Restaurants, commercial properties here as well.
People leaving their
And
bikes
then
there
they
to
board a
catch the
ferry and go across. And it begins here
These
on
are
the
all the
lagoon
bikes
side and
people
goes
leave
through
there to
to
go and catch the
the
ferry
seaside.
mainland.
It's not particularly long.
That's the beachfront.
Maybe that could be Bali out there to the left-hand side.
Beachfront, Bures. It's the Adriatic Sea out there. The beach is run by the
Now, just a few words about the, again, stay right where you are while I get the
Tin
room
sheds.
allocation and find out where we'll be having dinner and breakfast.
This is our hotel in Venice. That's the front door. It's outside the front building. Very old and rustic. Lots of tables and chairs are laying around. We're in a separate building which is to the side somewhere in through there. Right, we've just set off for an evening. We're cruising down the canals. Everybody's hanging out of the boat behind us. Oh, that's tense. Here we are, the evening in Venice. Cruising out of our little canal. We're going down the main street of Venice. And the other boats behind us.
Lots of big fat stomachs.
There's actually three boatloads of us.
top just to prove there's another half.
You take the photo this one.
Heading back towards the main square of Venice. Sun's almost setting. 8:30 at night. We're heading over into that area over there. That's a famous bridge over there or something.
And that's St Mark's Square.
You're heading into there, St Mark's Square it's called. Yeah, St Mark's Square. Someone going for their
That big square
evening,
where the horses race.
evening cruise. And what we have here on the bank is all the gondolas. You can hire out and go for a bit of a cruise on the canals. Dozens of them. The mini Statue of Liberty.
Colour will be a fairly constant temperature.
Bloody well on the doorstep, people.
Sorry, I'm in your
That's
way.
all right. People live right on the canals. Smack right on it. Cafe. Dinner on the water. There's another guy down here with a gondola taking someone for a ride. A busy little waterway, this one. Give us a wave. The famous arch or bridge down here coming to. Between these two buildings, I mean this is like a passageway, and you've got water down there as well. This is an old bridge, this one. All timber. Another fancy gondola.
Well, I might go back that way.
Got a big bridge down here we're going to go under. Looks like it's all been covered over. This lot were just singing, they've got an accordion on board. Moving out for a bit of a cruise around.
Stop showing off me.
No, this is a famous bridge of some description, and up on top is all stalls. Don't know anything about it yet, I'm sure we'll get told. That's the name of the bridge, Rialto. That's that bridge there. Rialto Bridge. An umbrella lampshade on the corner of the street. We're walking into St Mark's Square. The night's pretty poor, but this is a basilical or church, St Mark's Church. And if you could only see the colours on this, and the artwork, it is incredible. Looking outside it, get some pictures of this thing before it gets dark. Here we are in St Peter's Square, listening to the sound of music. Guys ringing the bell up there. This is still in St Peter's Square. You're not ringing the bell too bloody hard. Well, that's the end of that. So much for the bell. We're coming back here tomorrow to have a good look at these buildings in the daylight.
Hotel.
On our way back to the hotel, the lights of Venice.
They were falling off on this.
Which is just very close to where we began our journey to come over to Vigo yesterday.
That's a beauty, isn't it? First king of Italy. Line of St Mark. This is St Mark Square again. We're back here the following morning. This is where we were last night. This is all still Mark Square. That's the bell that was ringing last night up there. In front of the Basilica. Half covered over.
Now the glass is here. In Venice we are allowed to have just a small oven for a demonstration. The Venice glass production is not allowed. Everything must be done in Murano Island. That is the correct way to call our glass. Murano glass, not Venetian glass. It's quite interesting to know that until the 13th centuries, all the glass factories were in town, in Venezia. But just because of the problem of fire, the government of Venice decided to move all of them from Venezia to Milano. They sit there, in one of them we do our production. So the correct way, the genuine glass, against the imitation, is only Murano glass. Okay? That's very important in action. Raw material for glass. Raw material for glass, we need sand, 75% of sand, 30% of soda, 12% of potassium. Those are the minerals we need to obtain glass. Those minerals has to be placed inside the oven and they rise up the temperature at 1000 from 0 to 1300 centigrade. Now the maestro is about to show you the technique of the blowing glass. Blowing glass technique, we make wine set, coffee set, and so on. You see, even Venetian chandeliers on top of your head. But anyhow, in 2 minutes time, he's going to do something particularly interesting. He's going to make the Rima wider, and you will see how he's going to, if you want to take a picture in 2 minutes time, that will be the right moment. On the Now, the cooling process is very important because, see, the beauty of our glass is not the thickness, the other way around, is the lightness, very light and very thin. So when the glass is very light and very thin, you must cool off very, very easy. So we need 24 hours to cool off, okay, for a single piece like that. Now, with different kind of techniques, with the solid glass, he's going to make, it doesn't blow anymore through the iron pipe, but he's going to make a little sculpture, and he will do, he will model with pigeons, see? Cosa facciamo? He's going to do for you a horse, cavallo, horse. So as I say, to become a master is very, very difficult. Talking about time, you need about 18-20 years to become a master. But that is not the only problem. The main problem is the talent. Artist talent, like a painter or sculpture. They must know about the drawing because a chandelier is born on the sketch on the paper. And they must know about minerals. So through the different minerals, they're going to obtain all different colors. That's it. If there's any more they want to try, the next one, you get a chance.
No.
Beautiful, bravo, maestro. Very nice indeed. Did you enjoy the demonstration? Yeah! Now we are going to show you, because this is the production, we are going to show you the manufactured ready, the decorated and everything. Okay, so please don't use the camera or video inside the showrooms, not because I do want, because the direction of the one.
Alright, from the other end of the St Mark's Square, that's the basilica we're going to go into later. Okay, well, this is the inside of the dome or the palace, whatever they call it. Wouldn't let them take photos inside. But this is the square inside the palace. Pretty impressive inside, but seen better. That's what it's called, the Palazzo di Celi. Right, we've jumped on the bloody gondola, and this thing's bouncing around like a bloody yo-yo. Big's going to be sick for sure. Oh shit, Big. We're gonna get rammed by a bloody boat. Holy gooly. All the fatties are on one side, the thing's leaning over like you wouldn't believe. Oh God. There's the other half of the bus crew up there on another gondola. It shows you how much these things rock around. Red's crapping herself. So that's more our crowd up there. There's one there, and there must be about four boatloads on us taking this gondola cruise. I wouldn't say it's too romantic out here. Might be better once we get amongst the stinky canals. And they stink. They're pure. Yeah, we're heading up one of the canals now. It's a bit calmer in here. It was actually bouncing around like a bloody yo-yo outside in the main canal. Small present.
Okay.
And replaced some parts.
We'll see a bit of a lean of the angle of the dangle. There's Mr. Muscle Man.
I don't know, Sharon did that.
What a great idea.
Cruising down the canals in Venice in our gondola. Someone tipped the bloody boat over. Got a bit of a traffic jam here. Someone's holding up the works. We're taking this ferry out to another island. Come out here for tea. It's only a very small island. I'll walk down to a square down there and have tea. But on this island there's this chapel with a tall steeple on it. From this angle you can't see it, but I'll show you later. It is going to fall over. Walking down to the main square, and where the boat dropped us off, all these colourful old buildings. And here's this tower, and there's the lean on this thing. There's an idea there. That's the lean on this tower. This thing's going to fall over for sure. Well, we're on our way out of Venice. We just left the hotel. We're going by boat to pick up the bus. Going across the bay, and this is a busy day in port today. We've got a cruise liner coming in. Can't see the name of this one. We've got another one going out, another two going out, I think. I'll pan around and pick the other ones up. And there's another one, it's going out. I think, it's parked. The name of this one is... The other one is over there going out.
She can't do this.
That one is called the Brilliant Sea. It's in port. We've got another boat coming up behind us. Going to catch up to us, I think. And then up in front of us.
And
That is massive, isn't
I
it?
think it's
in front of us, we've got
Samoa.
another one parked and another one being parked.
Sure, Samoa. When you go on
And
there,
another one over the back
they
there somewhere.
take the
Bloody
cruise ship, and the
five
one
cruise
we were
ships is
on,
in.
and it,
A great big cruise ship following us. The one that's berthed must have come in yesterday. And the one's still following us. Must be going to berth somewhere in here behind this one here, I think. You're just seeing such a busy little waterway in all your life. Boats everywhere, chewing up the water. In order to guarantee getting offline, getting on a there's actually 3 more ships in there. That one there just came in, being berthed. There's actually another one already in there down the back. There's a busy little port. And then we've got another ship over there coming in. It looks like a car vessel. The whole port is full of ships. Anyway, we're about to get off this thing and get up back on the bus. distance. There's the Japanese, I think it is. There we are. They're not the Japanese, they're the Dolomites. That's snow. It's more of the Dolomites. Snow on them. Getting closer and closer to them.
Gerald de Dolomieu, hence Dolomites. And he did much of the early mapping work, charting work around this east and north, Austria, Switzerland and France. And the highest peak in all of the Alps elsewhere in the world, which is going to change things for people living around here. To what extent, I guess we just don't know at the moment. Land in the valleys at the base of the northwestern Alps of Italy, we find dominates in that area. Italy produces
landslides over there.
as we look upon what was a village there,
A little landslide down in the village.
a little bit more as well, just up.
Where do you dig these big furrows that you all the motorway? Mudslide over there.
Go on, lefty, right hand side.
Tree slide up there. Can't quite see it all properly. Look at that. Incredible. Ski run up there. About to cross into the Austrian border. Those mountains over there are Slovenia.
And they actually went fairly peacefully.
Slovenia.
The Habsburg family ruled these lands.
One of the largest lakes in Austria. Here we are in Vienna. There's the sign.
You've got the girl the other side there, Conrad.
Okay.
You've got that girl the other side.
Oh, yeah.
Emperor Franz Josef.
Neo-Gothic church.
Too sunny.
We're in Vienna. This is our hotel in the Hilton in Vienna. One of the best ones we've had yet so far.
Fairmont was good at Monte Carlo.
Yeah, Fairmont was good, but this one's not bad. And out the window we have, looking down the street there, one of the main streets of Vienna. And up that way is the church. And we're going out to our concert. On our way to the concert. This is just some of the streets. Vienna. This is actually a Saturday night in Vienna. It's about 6:45 at night.
Western side actually of the city here. Coming around. And this entertained is the one to the left hand side, the cream one just there. That's the Kursalon. Is its name Kur? K-U-R is the German word for cure. Once upon a time it was used as a health spa.
That's the building we're going into for our concert and tea. Probably have Wiener Schnitzel. Righto, we've come into the concert hall. I want to call it a concert hall. 4 million people in here, all tourist buses.
Run. Put your hand.
Band's gonna be, it's gonna be a pretty poor band, is anybody That's right.
Would be the ring road. Your hotel is on this ring, this circular road, which was about 110 years ago. Vienna grew over that.
The red signs are on the colours to the left. We're entering the palace.
You can see now here, it sounds always stupid, but it's only a little part of the garden. This is the so-called white part of the garden. Because the rocks, these dictatorships, no lawyers, no courts. They didn't like it.
Other people.
If the family complained because you've been gone, the family was gone. They say good old days and so on. For some of them.
Just had a tour of the castle. This is the back gardens. The Habsburgs. They were the rich buggers here in Austria. Ones that caused a lot of war. in the early years. This is their backyard with gardens, which we'll have a closer look at in a minute. These are the grounds out the back. This is their mansion or castle or palace, whatever you want to call it. Well, one of them, this was their summer one. And we had about six or eight of these things. Inside was extravagance. Everything's painted with thin layer of gold. These are some of the gardens out the back here. Looks like they could do with a good mow. Flowers are getting overrun by the grass. Now it looks like there's a huge fountain down the back down here. We'll go down and have a look at it. Down there. This used to be the parade ground after they came back from battle. They'd parade themselves up and down here. This is that parade monument. Place is absolutely extravagant at its worst. And this is looking back at the castle. Well, the palace, whatever you want to call it. This is just their summer residence. Just down outside the palace in the courtyard. And all these horse and carts out here. We're going to go for a ride one of those later. That's the front entrance gate when they walk in. And these are all outhouse buildings probably for servants. That's the front of the palace. They're the main entrance doors to the palace for you. And it's the same the other side. There's one huge courtyard.
Every 10 minutes, these trucks are coming, unloading the stage set for tonight and taking off parts from last night. Very expensive, very expensive. 19th century tradition. When the ring was built, when this was built, there was no asphalt. There was motor traffic, no motor traffic. There was only carriages, pedestrians, horses. Mozart monument, Mozart right in the former private Habsburg garden. Because the Habsburgs now, in the late 19th century, they could also extend now their palace, because suddenly they thought they built now these huge blocks, one after the other. 110, 120 years ago, or even less, 100 years ago, they built these enormous buildings. Like, for example, horses around here, on horseback, her generals, her power carried by her military. Then to the sharp right, a little part of the wolf cannons looking to us. And behind then the wall had been the old parts of the palace. So the further you, that's the reason in front of the parliament, you see the lady with the golden helmet, Pallas Athena. Here misused as goddess of democracy, the goddess of Athens. Of course it was a fake parliament. When it was built, there was the dictatorship, the Emperor Francis Joseph.
This is the crypts of all the Habsburgs. These must be the only important ones, because when you look over here, buried in here.
She died at the age of 22 on her 5th child. As I mentioned already, everything was like very good. Left lots of buildings behind themselves, so they were resting in a coffin. In despair, she believed so much in that. And when she went up and she went down, she said, what's the
Give us a wave. Well, here we are doing our little horsey jaunt.
Maybe they didn't realise they paid for it.
Look at the old ride. Some famous cocktail. Got the big monument in the square. Oh, awesome cars, a bit shaky. This is now the National Library. This used to be the palace. It's a horse and buggy ride past it all. We're leaving Vienna today on our way to Strasbourg for lunch, into the Eagle's Nest, and staying in Innsbruck tonight. Austrian countryside. There's a wind farm over there.
About 5 centuries now. Damaged, not completely destroyed,
Monastery.
but severely damaged in the year 1683. That was very significant that year because that was the year that the Turks, the Ottomans, besieged Vienna for the second time. First time was in the late 1500s.
Okay, we're stopped on our way to Salzburg. We're about 80 k's out of Salzburg. Truck stop. We'll go in and have a cup of tea.
The lake known as Montsee. Remember that word "see", S-E-E, means lake. Mont, like our word lake, like a crescent moon. It's actually in that town of Montsee where the church is from.
This lake is used in the scene from The Sound of Music.
And usually from the road, if the trees are not too thick.
That's where the Bond family were married.
But it's actually the interior of the church that was used in the movie.
Yes, and there. Far from Salzburg now.
Left
It is the Wedding Church, The Sound of Music.
has abolished slavery in Austrian lands.
Snow in the background. 6 k's out of Salzburg. We are in Strasbourg, going out for a walk for an hour inside the city centre. This is the town where Mozart was born. Some people over there in some traditional dresses. Can't see them. So we got Helga. She's going to give us a walk around through the park.
If I go to the garden now, they will not find us.
We're going into some gardens here and we'll solve through with our guide. It's like a mini maze. Mini maze here. This garden is actually called the Baroque Museum. More of the gardens of the Baroque Museum. Some fountain and stuff here. Looks like some sort of monastery up on the top of the hill. And in the distance, above the gardens, it's snow-capped mountains. This is a fountain that was in The Sound of Music. It's in the park. It's got explained all about it. And down there at the other end of the park, that statue is the theme from The Sound of Music. And we come out of the park, and this is the river of Taitsar. Flows through the middle of Strasbourg. Probably go over this bridge. Nick Mozart lives somewhere just here. Awesome park through the county. Looks like we've come off this mountain up here.
I'll meet you at
A couple of hang gliders coming
half an
down.
hour or 20 minutes or so, and then you'll have an hour free time. Get something.
It looks like an elevator, some description how they get up to the monastery at the top of the hill.
So it doesn't mean the inside is better than the outside. Because the renovate This is not an inexpensive shopping street. You're saving lots of money being here today. It's like rather than choose very expensive shopping on the street in between a regular price shops as well. But you hardly move through. It's much nicer today anyway. Forgot to mention, see there's like house number 22, it says 22, 18, 20. The next passageway after Zara, the one that takes you back to the fish market, to the meeting place, is the passage number 24. It says...
This is the building Mozart was born in.
What is our name?
And give a name. Mozart was born there.
To the family. They sold it because they needed the money. So it's still owned by the brothers of the Precious Blood. Look at this view. Look at this. I mean, this is like picture postcard stuff. The mountain, see the one with the big snowfield and 2 peaks? Place where you sit and drink tea and have small talk. But it was not small talk. They had probably some created by the French ambassador. The Nazis built something that looks like it was in Munich, but he failed. Party didn't have enough support yet, so Hitler was and he was sentenced to 5 years, but it came out Mein Kampf, translates to my struggle, my fight. Actually, both signed the Treaty of Schengen.
Crossed over into Germany.
Crossed the border, no one wants to see our passports. See the sign on the right, the capital D for Deutschland, Germany. So now we're in the Federal Republic of Germany, in Bavaria, in the area of Berchtesgaden.
Bavarian Mountains.
And we'll follow this river, which you see there on your left-hand side now, for about 5 minutes. Elevator shaft and the building on top. And this whole project was completed for 6 now. It's not green, it was muddy, with 7 little ones in between. The one on the left is Mrs. Watzmann, and in between the 7 children. Is Zugspitze, which is near Garmisch, South Munich. And now in a minute you'll look to make out from here, because we're still at it. See it there? Right there, the white cloud behind it now. Church, how pretty it is. So we're turning right now. And imagine when you look at this beautiful countryside, it's so hard to imagine that the Nazis had headquarters here. The area is far too nice, isn't it? Too peaceful anyway. Anyway, so British just like to take slot machines in the area here. I mean, this was the Valhalla of Nazi Germany, but they didn't put any defense up because they had no more soldiers left. You know, at the end of the war, they recruited the very young and the very old. I mean, these were inexperienced teenage boys. They ran into the bunkers, and the whole area was undermined with 4 kilometers of bunkers, and 2,000 Nazis survived the bombing by the Royal Air. There was a beautiful mantelpiece made out of red Italian marble. Mussolini's birthday present to Hitler it was. I'll show you the mantelpiece.
During the bus on top of the 1,854 meter or 6,017-foot high Mount Kirstein as a gift from the party to Adolf Hitler for his 50th birthday. The tea house was solely used for representation purposes for visiting diplomats. Building
these things, but must have been more. Look on the right hand side, this is looking back down into Berchtesgaden, down there at the bottom. To it now, and what looks like a big snowfield in the middle, Königssee, deep down in the valley. It's dark green in color, that lake, that's the one where this river comes from, the one we Alps in front of us there. And those of you sitting on the right, if you look over the railing, there's a sheer drop sometimes, and those of you on the left hand side, you just see the rocks of the mountain. In the 1930s, there weren't many mountain roads around then, so this road must have been even more impressive those days. But still, as they say, it's still one of the most beautiful mountain roads. That's a lot of people. I mean, from the morning to the evening. Today's a busy day. There's a ski resort on the mountain on the left-hand one, so but don't come in too tight, so you're not nervous. And here comes the hairpin curve, the switchback.
Straight down, drop down there. Hairpin curve coming up. And here comes a hairpin bend.
Look at this, he makes it such a smooth turn. And now just the view, and now the other window. Right at the end of the war, after the bombing by the Royal Air Force. So there was still quite a lot left of his house after the bombing, and then they blew up the remaining ruins. This was ruins left after the war at the area where we changed from the bus to the car. That is a picture of Hitler's Mercedes. It's now in Las Vegas.
This is a room where Hitler's wife entertained, and the under balcony. Alright, this is from across above the eagle's nest. Whew. Looking out over southern half of Germany into Austria. This is looking behind his house up here. Just one big snowy mountain. It continues on around there, and down below at this lake, all the mountains We've got villages down there, more mountains, and more mountains. Directly above us we've got a hang glider. Bloody snow right in front of us. When you look down the valley, there's a really fancy looking building down there. Must be a resort. And that's the eagle's nest down there. That's the eagle's nest down there. To get up to the crow's nest, you got to go through that tunnel there. It's about about 50 metres in, and there's the crow's nest up there. Got to go up an elevator. This is the car park, and that's the eagle's nest where we just were, right up to Buggery, up there. That's 3,000 metres or feet up to there. That's 6,000 feet or 6,500 feet all up.
On the race, but it was beautiful to see also the roots of alpine flowers, of a flower called Enzian, E-N-Z-Z-I-A-N, and the schnapps is called Enzian schnapps. In English, the flower is spelled very similar. It's G-E-N-T-I-A-N, gentian, like gentian violet. And it comes in blue, white and yellow, the wine. See them, it seems to be the fashion, but they're a bit shorter than mine. They mean, they see the church, you could not see the river or these houses. They filmed from a helicopter and they saw the meadow, but it seemed to be on the foot of that mountain on the left hand side. But I mean, there's the valley between, but the way they angled it, you couldn't see. And this is the mountain range you see behind Julie Andrews in the movie. Tonight you'll be back in Austria again, in Innsbruck, but in between, it shows you how small some Alps.
Back in Germany again.
The German foothills of the Alpine mountain range. All these trucks are here because it's a holiday, absolutely right. They cannot normally drive or lived in a castle very near to the Austrian border, near the town of Füssen, which is across to the southwest of us at the moment.
Monastery and church on top of that.
You know, lived in a castle called Hohenschwangau.
Heading back towards Austria, still in Germany. Castle over there on the Rhine River.
Brücke means bridge, so Innsbruck is the actions from east to west.
Here we are at Innsbruck. It's the mountains around Innsbruck. Driving into this is where the Winter Olympics were held.
And 76 Olympics.
64 and 76.
They held concerts, all kinds of events. 3 years ago it was reopened.
It's the Olympic ski jump. What a run.
And that's an all. And that's an.
And we're in Innsbruck. We just stopped to take a photo of this church. And it's actually been one of its world in the world. That design. Right next to the church. You got a backdrop, the mountains. And we just pan around to the right. Got a bus. On a mountain up there next to us with a tower and stuff on top of it. And there's the ski jump right there. All those wires. I was saying that when you come off that ski jump and you're in the mid-air, all you can see is the cemetery next to this church. And you're in midair, and that's the church, that's the cemetery right there. Bit scary. And there's another church just down the bloody road. Of some description. Anyway, I'm back on the bus, going to have some dinner. It's about 7 o'clock at night. Here we are at Innsbruck. We've just got into our room at the Hilton. And this is our room. Pretty splash and suave. And this is the window. And if I can open the window, I can't open the window. Get out of the road, Red. I want to show you the view from our window on the video. And look at this. We've got mountains here. We've got freeways over there. We've got this beautiful mountain like the Remarkables in New Zealand. And we also got the ski jump over there. Some sort of fancy bridge over there, and there's the other freeway there, and the mountain range all the way through there. What a view. This is the best one yet. The next morning, we're still in Innsbruck. We're walking down the main street to go to Tchaikovsky's cut blasting in the main shopping centre. They're all very busy working. Oh, look at the spot of a guy up here. Where is he? Hanging from a balcony. Only a stole. Still walking down the main street here. Oh, this place is beautiful. Setting with the mountains in the backdrop. This clock tower's got all these funny things on it. Tchaikovsky's glass cutting place. And what you see here is air cut glass. It looks like tinsel. And they've got this showroom downstairs. I'm just going to walk through the showroom and just show you what they've got here. But this is all their cut glass stuff. This is all cut glass stuff. Righto. I've sort of done this display thing down here. That is all crystals. Missing something else. This is a cake made out of crystals. Crystal reindeers and crystal ducks and all sorts of things. Exquisite work. All the stuff hanging from the ceiling is all crystals. All glass, cut glass. Unbelievable. Very, very well done. The Hilton Innsbruck. What a wonderful place. We'll come back here again. Holy dooly. What have we got coming? Polixa. Going down the main street. Just looking down the main street where we come from, where Tchaikovsky's crystals are, down there. This place is beautiful, like New Zealand. This is a look at the view from outside the hotel. We're walking around in shorts. It's about 25 degrees, and there's snow no more than a couple hundred metres away up in those mountains. And it's a hot day. Beautiful view. We're just about getting ready to leave. Giuseppe's bus hasn't showed up yet.
The right-hand side will become narrower and narrower as we go upstream. So we're slowly going uphill until we finally come to the source of the river in the Austrian province or state.
Heading for Lucerne today.
And at that point we'll be going through a tunnel, one of the longest tunnels in the world, in fact, in Western Austria. It's all within Austria, and it takes us beneath the Arlberg Pass. At 10, there's a 10, 20, 50, 100, 200, 500 and 1,000 Swiss franc note. A coffee or an ice cream, then you'll want cash. Or Swiss watch, or the dialects of southeastern Switzerland than they are to the type of German that's spoken in Austria. But people didn't travel across these mountains very much. One exception was the Brenner Pass. If we had, which is one of the two most well-known features of the town of Lucerne.
Ski resort up the top of the mountain there. Right up this long valley heading towards Liechtenstein, then into Switzerland. Lunch will be in Liechtenstein today.
Overseas on our money, they're probably saying.
Part of this mountain with all the avalanche barriers up there, stuff there, snow coming down and covering this road. 15 kilometres of tunnel, fifth largest, longest tunnel in the world.
And in just about, well, as the crow
Shop's not always open.
Yeah, this is one of the brothers. We're driving out of Austria into Liechtenstein, Switzerland. We're not allowed to take photographs of the water. She's coming up down here.
here, the Austrian part.
This is Liechtenstein.
And he decided to bring the country into the 20th century by establishing industry, no longer relying on the old farming methods that kept people going.
That's a prince's palace up there.
And we will be stopping right in the main parking lot.
Liechtenstein. There's the castle. We're in Liechtenstein. There's a choo-choo train here in the square. We're going to go up there and see if we can find something to eat. Apparently they take Swiss francs here, not euros. Yeah, there's the castle from the highway. We're just leaving Liechtenstein and heading off into Switzerland, heading for Lucerne. There's other buildings up there higher than that, up there in the mountains.
Which eventually becomes a big river. It's a river we'll be cruising in a few days' time. This is the River Rhine.
Oh, the Rhine.
Well, the boat couldn't go up there.
Forms the border between Liechtenstein and Switzerland at this point.
We're in Switzerland. Just crossed all out there. That's the Swiss Alps. And that was a bus. And that was a tree.
Home to about 7.5 million people. Two, for the Swiss, they don't have much in the way of mineral deposits, no oil wealth, nothing they can really sell in the way of raw materials to the rest of the world. Which means that in order to trade, to buy things like food and whatever else they needed that they couldn't produce, they had to somehow produce things that count on the Swiss. Well, the most obvious example. Its estimate area is Zurich. Zurich is home to about 2.5 million people, 1/3 of the population of the entire country.
Oh no, it's that dust. Oh,
Got the cloud steam coming out of a hole over there next to it.
Yeah, there is reflection as well.
So dust from a chocolate.
That's where dust. Maybe they're doing work over there.
That's melted snow. On a day like this, there'll be a lot coming down.
Okay, what we have here is Lucerne. No, sorry, Zurich. This is a lake that runs right up to it. We've stopped on our way to Lucerne. Got a good photo, just look out. This is the lake that runs up to Zurich. That's where we come from. Down there. And Zurich is up where I first started, so Zurich all the way. This is all part of Zurich, the main part of Zurich up there. Typical Swiss Alps. Slowing our way to Lucerne.
And the yellow bus we're passing here on our right hand side with the push. There are certain functions that are controlled.
There'll be a little village on the way to Lucerne. Everyone's out mowing the grass to make hay.
Too many.
Lots of hay for the winter. The deer in there, you see the deer? There's a deer in a paddock, a couple of deer. This is Lake Lucerne. I'm pretty sure it's Lake Lucerne. I'll confirm that shortly. I'm driving on the banks of it in the town of Zug. Z-U... what is it? Z-U-K?
Z-U-G.
Z-U-Z-G, Zug. Mount Pilatus, I'll get there tomorrow. Mount Pilatus in the background. There's a bit of view on Mount Pilatus, that high peak there. And there tomorrow. There's a caravan park in front of us on the lake. We're in Lucerne going out for a cruise, 4-2.
We're in the new part of town at the moment. This is the railway station, as you might have gathered.
Major. Oh, they even have smackers here.
And the old part of town and new part of town are connected by bridges, Reuss, R-E-U-S-S, and the River Roy.
There's a main square outside the railway station. We've got trolley buses here. Let's go over things here down at the railway stations.
Did you go up that ramp?
Actually like a wharf. Giant sort of a building here, a cafe. We're about to go out in Lake Lucerne on this boat. I'll video the boat later. Pretty flash looking boats. And pretty old too. That's a pretty flash looking. That's a paddle steamer, that one. It's even got paddles down there. A Lucerne wild duck floating around down there. And this is the city of Lucerne. We're going out for a cruise on this boat. And out there in the distance, snow on the range. It's like 30 degrees here. It's 7:45 at night. Daylight. The sun hasn't set. And we're going out there on the lake to have a cruise. It's think it'll be cold, but it's not hot. Here we have a Lucerne swan swimming over towards us. And another cruise boat coming back.
See, Ron, we're going forward now.
Bus load of riffraff.
Here beside me, I am the driver, so in case you need to go to toilet, have to come down. So we leave now from a building which is very modern, you see in front of us. $1 million.
$200 million that building. Shit.
It's about 160 million euro. And in there we have concert hall for classic music.
Concert hall.
Congress. Then we have the art museum in there. The architect, he came from Paris, his name is Jean Nouvel. There, where is the traffic bridge there? The Royce runs out of the lake, that's the river Royce. And behind the traffic bridge is then also the 700-year-old wooden chapel bridge, which was destroyed by a fire in 1993. Very sad day for Lucerne. The water tower used to be a prison in the Middle Age. And the church behind the water tower there, a bit to the left, the church, the two towers even date back
1633.
13th century. That's the whole church. It's one of the 434 meters above sea level. Up on the top of Mount Pilatus is an altitude of 7,000 feet or 2,132 meters above sea level.
It's a genuine
a living area which is called Manshof. This is a living area with houses where you can rent 45,000 euro, 60,000 US dollar. So this is a freshwater lake, I told you already, and we have freshwater fish in the lake, mainly white fish, very delicious white fish, really nice, very tasty.
No, I should have bought it, but there's not enough light for it tonight.
Not stinky. Yeah, then we have birch pike, lake trouts. The biggest fish is the pike. The pike grows up
I keep forgetting to put it on when I go in the
1.2
water.
meter, those are 3 to 4 feet.
I've got a friend that she lives who's on all the time.
So people, they say fishing in this lake is so beautiful, but catching is hard.
You can see the thing on top of Mount Pilatus. You'd think you'd get churched out, but when they're sitting on a hill among trees and stuff, you know, they...
You can't help yourself.
Yeah, there's something about it, isn't there?
Lots of people going in them, but closer.
Yeah, no, it's a bit close off there, but with this cabby, you better be sure.
So, this is the mountain in front of us, to the left is another mountain, and behind these mountains the lakes are coming down. The four cantons range.
The sun's just hitting on me.
Yeah, we're back at the dock. It's on the last sweep before we get off and go and have dinner. Come ashore from the boat. A bit of a fountain up there. Hello, we got a swan with a couple of chicks.
This battery's flashing already.
Oh, there you go.
Leads up to the lifts up to the 7th floor. So breakfast from 7:30, departure at 8:30. And now we're going to go across the bridge here, left. Tonight, see the building hard to our left now, POST, Post, Central Post Office, open until 6 tomorrow evening. Across to the left-hand side, the old wood, 1333. At least the foundations of it do. That is actually the 4th version of that bridge. It is burned down. Distributors in town, one's behind us, I'll point it out. The second one is to our left, Goobelin. If you're looking for Patek Philippe or Ebel watches in particular, that's where you'll find them. Of Lucerne. Switzerland is 50% Roman Catholic, 50% Protestant. And Lucerne is Roman Catholic. So this is a Roman Catholic church. As we do allude, is that we are changing coaches tomorrow, just for the day.
This is a restaurant. It's all been decorated. Left our hotel this morning and we've come out to a little town. Come out here on a horse and cart. Look at this little country town. This is a river that actually wiped out this little town here. There's been a lot of work here trying to reinforce it. We've come out with a horse and cart. Here's our awesome carts. Very smelly. Here's Harry the horse. And Billy the billy goat. And that's our transport.
Hi guys.
There's some genuine Swiss minis.
Daisy.
And that's where I store them in during the winter. Our house there.
Oopsie daisy.
Look at the Guten Morgen.
Garden shed.
Good morning. G'day, mate.
That's a border collie.
Morgen. Dog. Oh, there's a wunderbar.
That's a wunderbar.
That's a wunderbar.
Wunderbar wolf.
Come into a church in this little Swiss town. It's almost as good as some of the churches we've been to elsewhere. And the ceiling's got paintings on it. It's 400 years old, this church. Oh, good. This is Hans' house. Hans is the one that's driving the horse and cart. That's his home residence. And opposite is what they call the cheese shed. They put their cheese in there to mature. And we're visiting his home. Very rustic and very old. Right, we're going up Mount Pilatus. This is the way we're going up with a cable car. We're going to get our tickets now. We're going there. There's a billboard over there giving an idea what the top of Mount Pilatus looks like from the air looking down at
it. Believe it that I went on the helicopter and then we went whitewater rafting and the whole thing.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
And it's got a, what's it got, Ron?
It's got a glass, that's got a glass bottom in it, yes. Yeah. Yes.
We're at the first station. We've got to get another cable car from here to go up to the top.
So how much were they down there? Cheaper than this?
This section here.
Yeah, those ones that are 15.
Kids are out there practicing walking the tightrope.
Is that a cemetery?
Didn't you enjoy that?
No, you just been telling me last movie. I'm getting away from the
We're up the top of Mount Pilatus. A lot of scaffolding and work going on. They're renovating a hotel up here. It's a military base station up there. And there's lookout up there. And you can walk through a tunnel over there and walk into the mountain. And you come out of the chairlift there. And there's a restaurant up in there. And you can actually climb that one up there as well. Alright, this is looking out the other side of Mount Pilatus. It's another hill over there. It's actually got a cross on it. That one. And apparently this is the Swiss Alps looking across the other ranges. And the next mountain range over there, somewhere over in there, it's a bit hard to see because it's a bit smoggy. Somewhere in there is that Jogenfrau, where Mum and Dad went, and also the Eiger is out there somewhere, and the Matterhorn in the back of that range. Can't see it from here. That's the way we're going back out of here. We come up on the chairlift, and that's a cogwheel. The grade is 1 in every 2. Sorry, 2 in every 1 or something, but it's almost 50%. And that's Lucerne from the top of Pilatus.
And they were really nice, and that's where they would do everything, his house, and his wife made the morning tea and cups of tea and
That's the very top.
slices and cakes.
Very.
The restaurant in there, we just went up there for a cup of tea, 2 crowders were even getting in.
All socked in.
So we don't do a bit of water.
I'm walking through a tunnel. Ooh, it's freezing here. Yeah, hello.
Not physically too much instead.
Opening here in the wall where you can look through. Back to there. More tunnel. More of a lookout. Down there is one hell of a toboggan ride. You get on the toboggan there and you go down there And that looks like the bottom station there somewhere. That's one hell of a ride. Alright, this is looking into the smog into afar. There's a big lake out there. Really hard to see in the smog, and there's a couple of more lakes. Just see through the smog. And that's Lake Lucerne down there, another one behind it. And that's Lucerne. On one of the cliff edges up here there's a little church. God knows how they get to it. It'd be one hell of a hike. More of this tunnel. I just come up some stairs. Going up to the top. That's vertical. Walk up there. That's one hell of a climb. Now we're up the top.
We're up and Adam.
People down there on the slopes.
Sorry, George.
Here goes our cable car. The sun's come out on those mountain peaks over there, and you can see must be a breeze. You can see the cloud starting to peel off the top of them. That's the holes in the mountain we just walked through. That's the cable car we come up on. This is from the handrail. That's vertical straight down there.
So fly up the top there, and I'll get one over at the top.
It is vertical.
You just want me to
Another
miss
view
that
of Lucerne.
figure,
Sun's
don't
starting to
you?
come out.
Just saying
Sun's starting to come out, and you can actually see things a bit better now.
Yeah. Oh, I feel that.
You can hear some jets flying over above. And that's the highest peak up there. This is the train. Bloke coming up to shut the doors. We're in the train.
Locks you in.
And we're locked in. Flying away down the train. Let's come down the way. See that up? And that's the train. Two trains and all going onto the one track. That's the bloody cobweb. And we're gonna go down there.
Oh, we made you only sit at the edge over here. I mean, that pointy one in the back.
Coming down the mountain. There's some cottage over there. That's where we just come from. And the driver's pulled up. He's ran out of petrol. Still going down. The world's steepest cobweb. Coming into a park here, there's supposed to be there's a line carved into the side of the mountain up here. Someone's done a bit of rock carving. Probably you can't read it because it's not in bloody English. Anyway, someone carved a line on leaving Lucerne today. The river running through Lucerne.
Looks rather placid there. You'll see a very different Rhine in a few minutes' time when we stop.
I think so.
The River Rhine actually begins.
Bridge over the Rhine.
Look at
And see why we're here. These are actually the largest falls in Europe.
Now we're at the Rhine Falls, still in Switzerland. This is on the River Rhine, obviously. It's absolutely just bucketing on the river. And now I've come down a bit lower, so I can walk out there and it appears there's people. We must be able to go out there somewhere. There's people out there on that bloody rock in the middle of it. This is another perspective of the Rhine Falls and the gardens around the edge. You can actually hear them thundering. And again, there's people over there, and then there's stairs up to that rock, the flag up the top, and then on the other side there's actually a lookout spot there, another one there, and another one up there. How they get out there on Bucket of Fire, eh? Another view from another angle. Looks like there's an elevator over there. Come down that elevator. The other side over there. In these Rhine Falls we found some big fish. I don't know what they are, but they're big suckers. Right, we've just crossed the border. We are now in Germany, just next to Switzerland Island. Couldn't take any photographs of the border because they're going to knock off the camera. In Germany, into the Black Forest. Towns to get there.
Coming up here on our left-hand side in the square of the town here is a maypole right in front of the Schule, the school.
German countryside.
Which pours out into the North Sea, the Atlantic, like Rotterdam, as I said earlier. And on the other side of the Black Forest, to the east, you have the Black Sea drainage basin. It's drained by primarily the Danube River.
The Black Forest of Germany.
of Titisee and the little town of Titisee.
Some unusually large roofed houses in Germany. Let's find ourselves a ski jump. Zoom. The big ski jump. This is a fire in the Black Forest.
What's known as Hills Valley, Hurental, in the heart of the Black Forest.
Having a little wagon wheel here. It clearly drives the clock inside. That's the clock there, I'd say. Obviously that little part of the clock works that as well. That's the hotel, German restaurant. So it's just resting. Walk in the front door and there's a big grizzly there to greet us. A big sucker. We're about to watch the that water wheel there, which is operating a shaft that goes through there, which turns that clock on the side of this house. And the bells are ringing. It's now almost 2 o'clock, and it looks like some action happens here at 2 o'clock. Waiting for the action. This is a place just inside Germany. Oh, here's a cuckoo. God's truth. That was loud cuckoo. This is the factory that actually makes cuckoo clocks, among other things. Here they go. Oh, they'd actually dancing. This is done mechanically. Very good. This is a little town in the Black Forest. Little river running through the Black Forest. It's the hills of the Black Forest.
Towns of Karlsruhe, for instance.
Some of the German countryside. We're still on our way through Germany to Minsk. That's about to bucket down rain.
Many ways. So it's still that's an operating US base right now. That's part of allied with NATO now. Probably the most famous GI ever to be stationed at
M-A-I-N-Z, Mainz is where we're going to, Okay, we've just driven into Mainz. Staying here tonight. It's raining. And right alongside the other side of this is the Rhine. snapshot of the glass.
Unless it's really pouring down. But
On our way to Amsterdam today and Cologne. This is outside the Hilton Hotel in Metz. We got in late last night, didn't get to see much of Metz.
Israel.
We were up at crack of dawn at 7:30 and we were off to do a boat cruise.
much steeper banks, you'll see vineyards. Side on the right hand side. Maybe they're starting at Bath to get around. People didn't travel across the countryside, they didn't travel through forests, it was too... Remains of fortifications, town walls and occasionally towers that were originally part of those fortifications. The fortifications put between the town and the river, not because they were afraid of water, but because they were afraid of who might arrive on the water. That one was actually built by a rather enterprising young count. A count who decided that he was going to take a chain and draw it from... Collections are still made on the Rhine today. One Protestant, one Roman Catholic. Have a look at the just the sort of work that must go into these the cultivation of the vines here. But have a look across to the right hand side there, the terracing on that hillside. As you might imagine, most of the work is done by hand. They use a few simple winches, but it's than anywhere else in the entire 1,000 kilometre navigable stretch of the Rhine. Since it's such a famous bend, and we're running a couple...
There's a boat going up the Rhine, chock-a blockers. I stopped here to look at the most dangerous bend in the river, which is there. It's called the Lorelei. Some maiden used to sit there and sing songs, and the ship captains used to wreck their boats. That's a caravan park down there. We're going to get a boat and go for a cruise in that town down there. Right, we're going down to take this blue boat for a cruise on the Rhine.
Pretty little park. Is it, what was the name of the town on the opposite side of the river to Mainz? Wiesbaden. Wiesbaden.
We've no idea how fast this river's flowing and we're going against it. Got a caravan park on the banks of the Rhine here. That looks like a statue of the Lorelei there. Yes, a statue of it. Another boat going past.
Yeah, we won't take them. I would have loved to have them in London because, you know, go one way, you go the other. I was very blessed with London because I didn't have anybody else, and I didn't, you know, I didn't know where to go and whatever. At least
Here we have another boat going.
What we're looking at now is all new.
Oh,
okay. All right.
Are you staying here, Ross?
No, I was going to come upstairs, right.
Along the go on that.
No, I'm allowed to sit here
Well, I'll wait till you come back.
Gets me and that's more than
He's got a load of bloody...
Means you get up there and
like blue metal.
Exactly, that's it.
perfect. Well, if you're smart, you might get another table.
Cruise boat going up the Rhine. Followed very closely by another cruise boat. And another one on the left side. All going up together. Cargo boat coming up. It's loaded with the hill. Wow, bloody gale. It's like the hill, we're all getting the Yep. And a car. Alongside us too. Suckers moving along. And downstream, up on the mountain, we can have a train on the other side of the river as well. There's 2 train lines on each side. But up on the hill down there, another vehicle passing. Like another part of the castle down below it. Got the music on there. And some more cargo vessels. Guns. Yeah, certainly load them up. Bloody containers on board. Struck. Just chuffing on. Bloody copper on top of that church. We're off the boat. Trying to get back on the bus again. Just when it's unloaded and it's coming back down the stream again empty. So you're definitely trying a full one and an empty one.
Suppliers, the opportunity for disaster is ever present. In Castle. Marksburg's actually fairly recently renovated. It was finished about 12 years ago.
Used to be some Roman barns here behind this wall. It goes back to 1300.
Dating from 1396 to 1416. We can't stop here because, I mean, technically we shouldn't have been here at all with a vehicle this size. But have a look at some of the old buildings there, they're beautiful. And this is the town hall on our left-hand side. The name of the town hall, Rathaus in German, R-A-T, house. Politicians.
We've got a rat house in Sydney.
And you can see where the some of the supporting beams in these homes have buckled under the weights of centuries.
And the town is Wrench, R-H-E-N-S.
And up on the main, you wouldn't even know the place was here. Just up on the, travelling through the, up on the main road, the river road. Say up to 2 years ago, experience, but you have to put it in perspective too. But if you have seen something side, just is today. And on the left-hand side, we're looking up the valley of the River Moselle.
River Moselle.
So this is
in the city of Cologne, and we've come across a goose with a handbag. It's a duck with a handbag. Oh, I love your handbag. Oh, he's a goose. This is the city of Cologne.
Now we're going to be stopping in about 3 or 4 minutes, so you can think about what you might like to take with you. This will be our lunch break, and we'll be staying here until 1:15, about an hour from now.
Typical city, no high rise. This is down on the Rhine. We're back to the Rhine again.
Did he?
The city of Cologne is on the banks of the Rhine. The city was
Judging by what people are wearing, it looks reasonably pleasant outside.
There's nothing left of it. It'll be all rebuilt again.
And where we're going to be stopping is actually pretty much over the road from the cathedral. A couple of places to get something to eat in that area. There's the main railway station. And you'll see actually just the very best way to clean a building like this is with lasers. It's extremely expensive. Stairs up here or just up the ramp the other side and get there.
Scaffolding.
There are toilet facilities, well they were on the other side of the
cathedral in Cologne. We just had Smackers for lunch. Let's take another picture of this cathedral. This is bloody huge. Really, really tall. They've actually cleaned a section of it to say what it would look like if it was clean.
Yeah, we're going to
heading for Amsterdam. The city of Cologne. Cologne now.
national border, just about to leave Germany. Right. Now, welcome to the Netherlands, ladies and gentlemen. Nederland. Netherlands, Holland, why the two names? Well, the official name of the country, if we were to ask the Dutch, they would say Nederland. Netherlands in English. To our left-hand side, you'd find yourself down by the Supreme Commander of Allied Forces in Europe, General Eisenhower, Dwight Eisenhower, later to way up ahead of us.
Look at that, look at that. Look at that on the right.
It's been pretty busy at this time on a Friday afternoon.
Look at the bridge.
Very flash.
Fresh looking bridge that
Uno, dos.
She's right alongside the docks. Here we are at Amsterdam. This is a beautiful room. And this is our window looking out at Amsterdam. It looks like it's the main hub or CBD down there.
Oh, that's nice.
And then that's the river. I think it's the Rhine. And we're parked, our hotel's right next to cruise ships. The Queen Mary's behind us, and I don't know what the name of this one is. But you can see the people on the cruise ships everywhere. And that's our room.
We come here so that you can learn a little bit about an industry which is a pretty big employer, actually, still today, very labour intensive.
Windmill.
And
this is Amsterdam.
These are real diamonds, so they've got to be very careful with security. You will get a stick.
Bloody tourist buses bringing people into the diamond factory. This place is the diamond factory. We've just been in there to have a look at them all. Very expensive. Looks like it used to be an old something or other. Some of them made bricks with a furnace. Anyway, the place was called Gassens. Anyway, we're on the bus, we're moving again.
I wonder how much the taxi is to come back.
Bikes everywhere. Just the bike city.
Amsterdam. Now to give you a walk with us this evening. Afterwards, I'll walk you down the narrowest street in Amsterdam, but a very picturesque city, sometimes referred to as the Venice of the North, which I think is a little unfair because it has completely its own character. And we'll be travelling on one of these in a few moments. You can pull the windows back. It's great for photography and it'll be light. 19th century. That's called the Munt, M-U-N-T. Our word in English would be mint. That's where the old gold coins, the Dutch coins, were minted. That was the original Dutch mint with a currency. And the florin has appeared in many, many countries around the world over the years. Or a large piece of furniture. You're not going to be able to get it up the stairs, so you hoist things outside the building. We still see it today. Now we're about to enter the main square of Amsterdam. There are several squares, but this is usually considered the main square, and it's called simply Dam, D-A-M, or the Dam, or Dam Square in English. And whenever people need to gather for whatever reason, they will come here. To our left-hand side, behind all the scaffolding there, that is a royal palace. Not the royal palace, because the royal palace is in The Hague. But if the Queen decides to come and stay in Amsterdam, she'll stay here. To the right-hand side, Shell. And you see a lot of shops and restaurants and so on down here. If you're looking for postcards, souvenirs and so on, if you haven't found enough in Volendam today, for instance, or at the farm where we go, you'll find them here. And behind us, over there to the right-hand side, building there that looks a bit like a royal palace, that's actually a central railway station of Amsterdam. And the reason it looks like a royal palace, the architect was the same man who did the royal palace in Dam Square, by coincidence. And it is probably the most beautiful railway station in Europe. As we come a little further along here. And our hotel is just behind the cluster of buildings away to the left-hand side, behind all those cranes there. Several people walked in last night. of a ship. That one out to our left-hand side, behind the three-masted vessel there. Behind that, it is designed to be just like the bow of a ship. And it is actually what they call NEMO, which is short for New Metropolis Museum. It's Amsterdam's newest museum, but on the left, just ahead of us there, that's the old vessel there, which is to the left or to the right. You can see one of those long embankments. You see it sort of rises, it's especially clear to the right-hand side. They're dikes that were originally built out into the water, because the water is way over beyond those to the right-hand side. So they built the dikes, drained the land to our right, dug these drainage ditches. You can see them running perpendicular to our direction of travel and also parallel. And they just keep on pumping. See a number of houses which are low down in the fields, and then some which seem to be up high, built up on the dike itself. And as we come up through, there's a little break in the trees coming up on our left-hand side. Can you see a couple of flat-topped homes there? They're not regular homes, they're houseboats. They're they're floating on a canal, straight out to our left. The canal is on top of the dike, and there are several more of them coming up again on our left-hand side. So those cattle there are actually standing on relatively dry ground, because the water is drained down into those little channels. During the first half of the 1940s of this road. And sometimes and I'll ask you to come in if anybody has a problem with cheese. So then they'll be doing they'll be showing.
There's a big clock.
And once again, you can leave bring your camera with you. You're welcome to take pictures.
Hails.
This area here is drained constantly, 24 hours a day, by various kinds of powered pumps. Traditionally, of course, they were wind powered. Today, the Dutch use electric pumps, they use diesel pumps, they use some of the more modern wind powered pumps, the wind turbines that you see around the place. But still, they have to keep this water, keep moving this water every hour of every day. Pretty gardens around some of these have too. Of course, there is no shortage of water for irrigation in the Netherlands. And the name of this entire at the end of it, we're going to make a little stop so you can take a picture. It is on private land, so please don't walk, right up. Seeds on there if you want to. Netherlands today, everyone is protected architecturally. If you have one on your property, you can't just knock it down to build something else. And the government will actually help you restore it, help you financially, because it's believed to be part of the architectural heritage. And then when you've taken a picture, we'll head on into Volendam, which is just around the corner. Oh, isn't it? Yes, yeah. Sure. Anyway.
It's when we had to have a water feature.
as we turn this corner, we have one on our left-hand side, and we'll actually be driving up onto this dike in a few moments, and it's water to the left, land to the right.
Big difference.
And look at all that water. Imagine what it would be like if this dike weren't here. So this, on the left-hand side, was once upon a time called the Cider Sea. This was open sea, a huge bay. And way, way, way back behind us to the left-hand side is where that was all closed off. Houses that were built along the waterfront, the bayfront as it was. Look down to the right-hand side, this little one. Look how low it is. Tiny little places. There's another one here to our right. And then you will be within easy walking distance of this street. And you get some of the traditional boats here with the side rudders here. Do you see on this this old wooden boat, the rudder that can be lowered there? And of course plenty of other pleasure vessels as well. This is the port from which the fishermen always used to head out. And we're going to be pulling up in this parking area just down.
Twin girls.
You forget I play soccer.
Towards Amsterdam.
There's a windmill,
windmill on the left-hand side there, just the way those sails are positioned at the moment. That sends the message in a straight up and down position, call it 12 o'clock. That means that the windmill was a small building, residential building, not too far from church. It's open as a museum today if anybody is interested. That North Sea coast. And a huge project was undertaken that was finally finished in the 1980s. So it took them nearly 30 years.
There's an Aussie dry as a bone.
It is, you know, with all this water around, you can imagine it does down here towards the little street of town.
Mister again. Silly woman.
This is the main CBD here. People everywhere. The Dillons are all going to lean them over there. Look at the bikes. Everyone got a bike here.
Chained and rusted to pieces, where someone's just plain out forgotten where they left their bike.
It's such a mishmash.
Okay, then.
We just got off the bus and we're going to go for a cruise. It's just started to rain. I think we're going to get on that boat there. And we're going to go for a cruise for about an hour and we're going to have tea. It's a boat really similar to that one actually. Here comes another one coming past.
Are especially meant for the type of traffic that cannot make use of the tunnels, like cycling, wanted concentration and a good connection with shipping and railways, and preferred a place in the middle of the open harbour front. Finally, because the state had more money to put into the project,
Amsterdam first really flourished in the 17th century. These companies generated much employment and prosperity.
The Queen Victoria. That's a big ship.
Century VOC ship of the same name that went down off the south coast of England on its maiden voyage. The new ship was built between 1985 and 1990 as an unemployment project and gave 400 unemployed people the opportunity to gain work experience. It is a so-called mirror return ship, the mirror meaning here the stern of the ship. By richly decorating the stern, the owner wanted to show his trade partners how wealthy and powerful he was. The statues here portray the gods Mercury and Neptune. The word return means in this context that the ship took not only cargo to the east, but also brought a cargo back. It is possible to visit the Amsterdam as a museum ship, and it is also used for reception.
That was built in 1784. When I finished dinner, we're going down the back lanes, or the blue light district, or red light district, you want to call it, in Amsterdam. Yeah, going down all the back lanes. Single file down this one. Coffee shop where we have the Zimarama. The main square. Heading down to the blue light district. He's too busy on the cell phone to realise she's being photographed. Where you have a talk in the street. Where you have a pee in the street. That's Reese and Dennis coming off home to Queensland. And we're on our way to what's the date? And it's Pearson down the road. We're on the road again, back to London. This is Sunday morning, Amsterdam.
Not much traffic, is there? And Andrew's cooking.
There's your wine going in Amsterdam.
Oh, nice. So it should change. Yeah.
Some boats going upriver. Another William.
In particular, Flanders, one of the states or provinces of Belgium. There's actually a Flanders on the Belgian side and a Flanders on the French side. Once upon a time an independent state, now split up between two different countries. It was Flanders. And not a high-rise city by any means. The only skyscrapers being a few church steeples, really. And although this is not the largest port in Belgium, what comes into Belgium comes into Antwerp.
French was only about 17 or 18.
When we came across on the first day, when we came back from Spain to Italy. In Italy, we went in and out of France when we went to Monaco as well. Over the past 27 days, Giuseppe has safely carried us through a grand total of, wait for it, 9,580 kilometers. And for that, I am very grateful. A few minutes ago, I noticed a couple of secure parking areas for trucks. Did you see any signs that say guarded 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? You know what they're worried about? Now, what is happening is we are going to be pulling up alongside a ferry. We're going to be taking all the luggage that is down underneath and putting it onto a couple of trolleys.
Look, there's a big castle up there.
Those around London.
Dover Castle.
Yes,
Any placements at Dover?
Tunnels and stuff. That might be one of his first fits.
Doesn't say how many minutes.
No.
Except the one
Just how many I've got left, that's all.
Maybe the great picture, but I have seen some of the stuff. This is amazing.
Well, you know, they're doing away with hard drives now. And there's something new. I think it came out just before that one. Because I do it on mini videos, and they said it's better than the DVD or the specs.
Gunning placement up there.
Yeah, that's the same too.
Bad through there.
Over your insurance companies, it's keep your head down and look like you're
telecommunications companies, and it's used.
We're in Madame Tussauds. These are wax figures. 3 and 1 are real. People look so real.
Christopher Wren was given the task of one of the racing balls. This time, London was built in stone. From the ruins of the fire, a new cathedral arose to fill the sky with glory.
Princess Diana Memorial. This is just a ring of concrete with flowing water running around it, and you're invited to paddle your feet and play in the water. And that's all it is, just a concrete ring of water. Just found ourselves a couple of squirrels in the park. This one here is sitting up on a log. There is a squirrel. There's another one on the grass. We've travelled all day from London up to the north of Wales. We're at a place called the Lodo, or something like that it's called, near Conway. And that's the city down there, or town. Very, very old but upper class holiday place for a lot of people. And we're parked here next to a pier, which is like a Coney Island. I think they've got Coney Island, they call it. Runs out into the water. They've got their shops and stuff down the end of it. What else is amazing about this place is when you look beyond, it's a bloody wind farm out in the ocean. Bloody wind farm out there. Maybe a bit of a shipping hazard. Anyway, we're staying at, I think Conway is the place we're actually staying at, about 10 k's down the road. And this looks like a coast drive you can do around here. And Conway has a castle called Conway Castle, which I'll take a shot of later. This is a really flash upmarket place. People down here scrounging around in the rocks. Yeah, very lovely little place. Alright, we come to the other end of this town. Ludo, whatever it is. There's that Coney Island thing out on that wharf. There's the really upmarket hotels along the beachfront along there. We've come down here to have a look at the beach. And this is the bloody beach. How the hell you could lay on this? It's just like river gravel, like in a river. This is their beach. This is their lovely sandy beach. And it runs for absolute miles and miles and miles. Runs all the way down to those cliff faces. All the way through here. And all the way right to the other end of the beach. Right down there, it's just all rock and rubble. We've got big rocks here in front of us. We've actually got a swimming bars just here. And across the road we have a caravan park. It's really just a paddock and if people have parked their caravans over there. Over that direction is where that town was. We come into Conway, where we're staying, and this is the river into Conway. And the way to get into Conway is over that bridge, and behind that bridge is a suspension bridge, original suspension bridge, which you can see part of there, into Conway Castle. That's Conway Castle. It has a wall right around the whole town, and they're restoring it. There's part of the wall there. It goes right around the blazes. There's a bucket load of crows flying around here. This wall continues on down there. Around the bay. There's more of the castle wall. We've driven around the back side of it. It just goes on forever, this wall. You can actually walk on top of it. There's actually a walkway up there on top of it, even though it's all crumbling. I've just driven out to Carnarvon Castle. I'm just going to go and have a look at it. Big. Up to the entrance. Goes all the way down there too. Outside the castle, you've got all these shops in the little street. All the wall down there. Alright, we've got to 11:30. This is the entrance. It's not done all up. Down the road, there looks like an old Roman church. Or Colosseum of some description. And there's the exit out of the wall around the castle.
So 2 seats. Yeah, you can pay this side.
This is inside the castle. These are inside the grounds. There's turrets and stuff up there.
Take a photo of me.
Well, you can actually walk around through all this. Pretty big. Really big. I'll go for a walk inside and see what's inside. Going downstairs to one of the dungeons. See what's down here. Hello up there. Where are you? Ah, There you are, up there. Yeah, this must have been a dungeon. God. This is the castle spring. Down there, the buggery. Oh, this is called a well tower, that's why. We'll go along through here. This is looking out of the castle. Look at that Roman. I don't know what it is, a Roman church or something. Victoria Coventry Hall it is, that's what it's called. Walking along the battlement, I'm going to go up into this one. More dungeons down there. Come across the stained glass window. Apparently this is the place where Prince Charles was knighted a prince. Looking out to the river next to the castle. That's Carnarvon Castle model. That's Carnarvon Castle and the wall around the outside with the city inside and the moat and the gates. We drove over that to get into where we're staying. This is where Prince Charles walked out to greet the people after he was crowned Prince of Wales. He walked out on this platform out here. Everyone was, all the crowd was, and waved to the crowd. They would have been all down here in front of him. Against the square. We've we've done the washing, we've come up to Mount Snowdonia. Snowdonia. This is the top of the mountain we're at, that's the road up to the top of this. Sort of a halfway point, and you've got to walk the rest. It's a fair way up. I don't think I'm going to take the bloody walk. It's the buggery way up there. It used to be a road, but of course they got it blocked off. And that's where you walk up that walking track. God knows how many miles. And you come down to the coast. There's a place called Aberystwyth. On the coast that halfway down Wales. A little bit like where we stayed up north. And again, the beach here is all rock. And the beach is where the sand. It's just rubber. It's just rubber. We can get some lunch here. And it's looking back down the other way. Here it is, it's 6:30 at night. No, it is too, it's 7:10 at night. Sun's still bright. We're down at Swansea, just west of Cardiff. This is the town of Swansea, and they've actually got a beach here.
I mean, you have to go and buy a new game.
Actually got beach, and you got a windmill thing there. Electric generator. And that's out to the sea. There's a headland right out there, another headland to the right. Lighthouse out there. And this is Swansea. Not a bad little place.
We've just left Swansea, been on the road about an hour. We're heading east through a lot of little towns that you can't pronounce. Very narrow roads, windy. There's a pine forest over there. It's a bit like the Black Forest back in Germany. Here we are, still up the top of the mountains. We've just got sheep roaming everywhere.
Comes a car. Gotta go, there's a car coming behind me.
And we've got a walker here.
Just pulled up to have a look at these furry looking sheep. They think we're going to feed them. Coming across the road to say hello to us. They don't get skittled. Because they've got tails on them. They don't get tailed and clutched. And your mother's found a new pet to take home. Look at her. And this is the view from where the sheep are. Down into a valley, into a village. Countryside's just scattered with these things, and they're wandering around the road and trying to don't get skittled. Here we are at Caerphilly Castle. We've got a couple of houses here, but this apparently has a big moat around it. So we're going to have a quick look around. It's nothing but ducks. Nice park area. Go and have a look. We've got baby ducks, or geese, baby geese. Bloody place is full of them. Right, Carnarvon Castle up a bit closer. Don't know whether this is an island here off to the left, but could be part of an island that they've made. Looks like part of the castle starting to break down. Turrets falling over. I think the main entrance is over there somewhere. There's a drawbridge. Yeah, I think that's the entrance up there. But yeah, the top section up there looks like it's been renovated, where the flags are. Those around the castle, looks like there's a great big bloody carp in there swimming around. Back out of the water. Great big bloody thing. Huge. Someone's actually carved a tree stump in the shape of a dragon or squirrel or something. Looks like the tree had a fork in it. And that's the stump, and he's carved the bloody thing out. Come to the entrance of the castle, and we've got this million little ducklings all grouped together. There's dozens of them. Entrance to the castle.
Yeah.
That's what is Carrafilly Castle. This is the entrance to the castle.
I'll walk up.
Yeah. This is the other side of the drawbridge. See, it's really starting to decay away, breaking away in the strong points. Built in 1268 and never properly finished. And Carrafilly Town, or Carrafilly Town, is right next to the castle. This is the township. And it looks like the main square going on, and the main drag. This is the rest of the township. Some nice green rolling hills in the background. Now this is Chepstow Castle, not as big as the other one, no moats around it. Nice grasslands around it. Not a very big one, this one. This was actually the first castle built in Wales. Right, we just started our UK trip and we're going to Oxford. This is Oxford Museum. Doing the first walk. Street East. This is all Oxford. One Square. One of the main streets in Oxford. Looks like old Roman influence. Long Cathedral. Inside the campus of Oxford, and apparently that's King James. First of Scotland, I think.
6.
King James the 6th of England, isn't it?
Yeah.
6th of England and first of Scotland. But it's in Latin, you can't read it.
Here he comes.
Following us. Piss off.
A little look and then we'll wander back down the hill.
So who's this one here?
This must be the paparazzi wall, isn't it?
You want to wander back? You want to see some of these?
90s? Is that
That's the Alston, and that's where we're staying tonight. We have dinner at 7 o'clock and then a welcome to Isole Boating House on the left, now a Thai restaurant. Oh dear, the rain's teeming down, the tourists are scurrying for shelter. Lots of the Grand Union Canal coming up, which linked Birmingham with London we'll see the main canal basin coming up. There, the narrow boats behind.
Can't see it. Spent the afternoon going through Shakespeare's birthplace cottage. A couple of people here.
I said so, dear Catherine, I must not blush to a third.
Looking at some Shakespearean stuff.
That the tongues of men are full of deceits.
Another bloke here erecting out the Stone Man monument. We've just left Stratford on our way to York today. Going to the Wedgwood factory.
So I'll tell you more about it then, but John Smith's bitter is, the Brits by the way make lots of different beers, but the standard beer is called bitter, but don't be put off by that name because it's some are a bit more bitter than others, some of them could be quite caramelly. John Smith's is not a highly regarded beer. John Smith's is usually brewed under pressure. For instance, the Worthington in the Great Fire of London, by and large, in 1666. So York was a great religious centre. We weren't particular because, again, it was this ability to get into the North Sea very easily from York.
The River Ouzo and York. This is the entrance to the gate of the park at York and through the wall. And we're going to go up to Abbey up there. He's still in the park, having a stretch around. This is the wall around York. Old Abbey, ancient Abbey. And Roman ruins. The King's Manor. I think that's James the First coat of arms.
Okay, so you may notice that the wall has disappeared. But sadly, we're always trying to balance slightly ordinary. So 200 metres or so of the wall disappeared, unfortunately.
This is inside the gate. We used to lower that to the entrance outside.
Barley sugar or something.
This is the Abbey.
Okay, gather round. Let's just get our bearings a bit.
This place is called the Shambles. These houses are all in away. These were built back in the 1200s or something.
But of course you're going to need to allot 10 to 15 minutes to get back to the coast. So time's our old enemy. You know, I could go on here, we could go on down and see Lothmore over the middle.
This is the original tower built over the river. And that's the river. There's another tower built at the same time over there. This thing you can see it's bloody old and ancient. Part of the wall, which runs around the city.
It looks like a big walrus thing, you don't see.
Left York on our way to Edinburgh.
The River Aire in Swaledale, that's one of my favourites, Swaledale, River Swale. Nidderdale, the River Nid. Running down from a central line of hills called the Pennine. Theology. Ireland tends to be much more dominant, not the ones near the road, but the ones further away. Look at them carefully and you will see that they are without cement or mortar. Two hills close to each other there, and I don't know why, but it reminds me of two rhino horns, so at least we've seen some of the bigger peaks. Yeah, and I don't know if anyone ever saw that film Miss Potter. That's preserved it for us even now. So that's Windermere.
Windermere.
Boat that goes up and down. The last government we had was a bit spineless. They come up with some good ideas occasionally, and then when people moaned about it, they cancelled them. And one of their good ideas was to clamp down on gas guzzlers in urban areas and stuff. And someone made a little squeaky noise, and they decided to scrap the idea. There's a bowling green on your left. So up through Ambleside we go. I think it's a cracking little valley here. Good herd of Guernseys there on the right, there's the cream cattle.
There's an old Mooga house.
And you see cows and sheep in the same.
This was our lunch stop.
If anyone's got diabetes or anything like that, blood sugar problems, balances.
We've driven all over to Whitehaven on the west coast.
This is the stuff they said. Oh my God, you're checking out something else.
This is the latest.
I said everything correctly. Well, I used to be with these Flodor guides. The Flodor guide was absolutely riddled. I could actually open the book. Firth, F-I-R-T-H, is a Scots word meaning a indentation.
The northern part of England.
We're just coming up to the border. It's not a very impressive checkpoint or anything. A rather little sign, the brown one on the left with the Scottish thistle. Scotland welcomes you. There we are, through the border. You could say in the old Scots language, Cader Miller Fulcher. Cader Miller Fulcher, 100,000 welcomes. I mean, always said it in Ireland, that tends to be more of a sort of cliche in Ireland. But we've come to Gretna, the first place in Scotland. And it became very famous for weddings. Why? Well, it was because Scotland only joined with the rest of us very late, 1707, just over 300 years ago. Scotland and England finally stopped bickering and joined together. And the Scottish Parliament was dissolved, and they all went off down to England. And I'll explain more of the history around it as we go along. But what happened was, because it was a voluntary union, as opposed to Wales and Ireland, which were conquered, if you like, by the English, Scotland and England collided voluntarily. And so Scotland was able to keep a lot more of its institutions, hence the banknotes. It has its own church system, Presbyterian, as opposed to the English Episcopalian. It has its own legal system. The Scottish lawyer can't work in the English courts, and vice versa. Indeed, they have 3 verdicts in Scotland. In England, we just have guilty, not guilty. In Scotland, they have guilty, not proven, which is very handy. We'll talk about that.
Well, I've just crossed over the Scottish border. in a place called Back's Blacksmith, where people come from England to get married. And we've got, what do they call these things? Highland Coo cattle. And like a big woolly mammoth. Big black bull. Big furry things. Furry cows. Highland Coo. There's your Highland Coo. This is the blacksmith shop around here somewhere. There it is there. We're going to go and then have a look. There's got a couple up there going to get married. They can get married at 16 years of age here in Scotland, but they can't in England, so they come across the border to get married.
But the farming is better on the east side, and that's where most of the great monastic houses were centred on. Jedburgh, Melrose. Glasgow, the great shipbuilding river. This is the Clyde in its more juvenile stages. We've got very pleasant hills that we're going to run through. Reflections of the Clyde. So quickly, don't they? Let's call it 15 years ago. How old's my daughter? Put on your trousers and look at you grumpily, then you should act accordingly. But when you go into pubs, you generally do the fetching and carrying. If you we're off the information and hide all your jokes and things like that. So, but I think Edinburgh's got such an unusual layout and unusual origins, if you like, that it is wealthy, and Scotland was very impoverished. Access to the English colonies and markets, and enormous wealth started to flow to Scotland as well. And it's no coincidence that both Edinburgh and Glasgow boomed in the second half of the 18th century. And here in Edinburgh, the cramped conditions of the old medieval town demanded expansion elsewhere, and so they held a competition, and a young fellow won it and designed the new town. 2 great squares, 3 big streets, other smaller streets, and we are staying on the corner of what was intended to be the main street of the new town, George Street, named after the King, George III, and on the corner of George Street and Charlotte Square named after. It's a fine city, Edinburgh, in the centre. One of the most famous courses in Tellenbury. So that's Bruntsfield Links on the right there.
It's where a golf ball was first played.
Guide tomorrow. which is great. He's an excellent guide, Bill. He does most of our groups, well, certainly most of the ones I bring in. Bill seems to be the guide. I think you'll find him informative. That's good news. Because even if we can't promise the weather, I can assure you, you've got it's quite a prominent. Anyway, the guy who invented them, he's buried in this graveyard here on the right. He probably died trying to work them out. But his name was Napier. His name was Napier. I think is that John Napier or Charles Napier? I think it's John Napier. He's buried in that churchyard there on the right. It is St John's actually, and that door is normally locked here on the right. There's a lovely church. If you see that, if you're walking past tomorrow and you see that coming into Charlotte Square, a little ahead of myself, and we're now coming into Charlotte Square. Our hotel is away to your right, across the square to your right. Bill's going to tell you all about this tomorrow.
In the smoke and the fog.
I love filming things in anyway. I'd heard it before, but it was hard to believe until you meet someone who's actually witnessed it. You couldn't see your feet. You couldn't see your hand held out at full length in front of your face. And see the sign on the right there, Flodden Wall. That was the outside wall of Edinburgh in that time. The Battle of Flodden, 15.
For centuries, dance has been an integral part of our culture. Be it the warrior, the Please be seated. Ah, look at that. Oh. The sword dance. The sword dance is one of Scotland's most ancient folk dances,
Highland dancing was one of the greatest ways.
I know it's right, the Highlanders would get the break. They saw us in the tunes, as the wind blow high and the wind blow low. Through the streets of my guilt I go, all the lassies shout, hello! I got a cold and my nose was raw, and they hanged their chin at all. So they hiked up and through the floor, they can't be happy shoes. As the wind blow high and the wind blow low. Through the streets of my guilt I go, all the lassies shout, hello! Hello, where's your tunes? I'm gonna be the man who's leaving it to you. I would walk 500 miles and I would walk 500 more just to be the man who walks 1,000 miles to Boulder at your door. Now work it, well work it, I know I'm gonna be the man who's working hard for you. Hey, shake that around with the guys and do what do you
but your front room, ladies and gents. They're a charming family, very understanding. But Stevenson, being this sickly little boy, his bedroom, top right-hand window, he used to stand up there and look over into the gardens where all his young friends. There's no corners where the devil can hide. That's why we serve him. Whereas Nigel will tell you, there's no corners where a Scotsman can hide when they're coming round with a collection plate on a Sunday. Your galleries, Royal Scottish Academy to your right, National Gallery of Scotland in the background. They're all free. If you've been travelling around Europe, and Edinburgh are free, so take advantage of them, folks. Marks and Spencer's, I'm sure you've heard of, just here on the left-hand side. Heard of Harrods in London, traditional family store. Well, this is Edinburgh's equivalent just in front here, called Jenner's Department Store. Easy to find because Sir Walter Scott, another very famous Edinburgh writer. He wrote the Waverley novels, Ivanhoe, Rob Roy. And for those of you really energetic, you can get right monument there. David Livingstone, famous missionary and explorer, just to your right, just below the trees there. But keep looking to the right, folks, because this is a wonderful view of the old city. And you should be able to see above them all, the buildings, a crown spire, just over your right shoulders now. The High Kirk of St Giles. Scotland and England are different still today in many respects, particularly religion. That's a good 20-25 years ago since that's been cleaned. That's it coming through. Now at this point, folks, I usually say there's a wonderful natural feature coming up in front of you. I'm afraid we've got a wee bit of Scotch mist blowing in off the sea at the moment, so you're not going to see all of it. First of all, to your left, what was an old school. You'll see why Edinburgh is often referred to as the Athens of the empty. And instead of using this building, we got a brand new Parliament. And I think you might have said Edinburgh is known as the Windy City. You're about to find out when we get to the top of the castle, the highest vantage point. But that's the royal flag flying from the palace just now. That's called the Lion Rampant. It's a gold background.
It was built for Mary Queen of Scots, just outside the castle. Everything was a bathhouse, all of it. All of it be outside the castle. Castles here. This is Hollywood.
Yes.
This is where Mary Queen of Scots resided. I'll walk up to the front gate.
But whether I like it or not, that's what we got for 400 Now, there's also the green gallery to your left here. You'll see the red line of Scotland.
A poet who was a great influence on Robert Burns, our national poet. This huge building to your right, partly a museum, partly a lovely wee pub. It's called the Toll Booth, because in the old days when you came into the city, you had to pay a tax or a toll as you came in. And as you look at the stonework, once we just get past this arcading, 300-400 years old. Walled city, a lack of space. You don't build out the way, you build up the way, and you also build them very, very close together. And as you walk down the Royal Mile, you'll see these little alleyways feeding off the main street. And in Scotland we refer to them as a close, C-L-O-S-E. First one's on your left there, where the theatre stood, the old Playhouse Close. And there's also hidden gardens behind some of these buildings. One of my favourites is on the left here, called Chessel's Court. If you look through the arcading, you'll see there's people's gardens and homes. It's a wooden fronted building. This is a museum, and it dates back to the 1490s. I think this bus might just be blocking your view in front of us here. There's a gravestone. You'll see it when we come back round through the gates to your right, where the little dog is buried. Famous little dog, very faithful, and for 14 years he sneaked into the churchyard to sleep on his master's gravestone. That's the campus area, one of the 4 universities we have in Edinburgh today. Our population is only 500,000, but with over 50,000 students, which is a fair percentage. And in the next few days, we'll be having our students. Now, if you have a look at the plaques on the outside of the pub here, you'll see names. James Young Simpson, he was the man who developed chloroform as an anaesthetic. Joseph Lister, antiseptic. Alexander Fleming, discoverer of penicillin, all related with the medical school here in Edinburgh. And seriously, I wasn't joking about Scots inventor. It goes back to the 1600s. You can just see the lady at the window. Look at those windows. Half in glass, half in wood. That's how the city looked 4 centuries ago. Too expensive to have your windows glazed 400 years ago. It's a lovely place to visit. And do go down these little closes and courtyards. Look at James's Court to your right here. People are walking past them. Don't be frightened. Explore them. It's the best way to enjoy it. Now, last section. Robert can only drop us off here. He's not allowed to pick us up again because they're putting up the grandstands for the Edinburgh
entrance to Edinburgh Castle. Cannons up there as well. That's Robert the Bruce and William Wallace. Inside the first wall.
Cape Town, South Africa, Hong Kong and Nice, south of France. Most of these are part of 12. Just what I'm going to do, I'm just going to about this lovely square and then you'll be free to wander at your leisure. Then I'll take time down. This is Crown Square, the old Royal Palace area. There's a special event taking place today. The Scottish National Bravery Award.
The square in the middle of the castle.
Last year are being rewarded with this inside the great hall.
Chapel.
They don't expect it to be open until about 12 o'clock this morning. So hopefully, if you're still here, maybe you'll get inside. The royal apartments are just...
It's the coronation stone, the stone of destiny.
Back outside. Just outside from another angle. Bloody freezing, I tell you. This is the gun battery. And when you look out through one of the gun battery walls, you can see the part of the city down there. We'll get a better shot in a minute. Labyrinth of bloody walkways in here. This is where the toilets were. It's like a little labyrinth. I'm lost. Alright, this is Edinburgh City looking out from the castle. It is freezing up here. Parks down there. We've got one big mother of a cannon here. Massive. Look at the size of the balls this thing used to shoot out. Christ almighty. Whew. This church is 900 years old. Have a look inside. St Margaret's Chapel. There they fire at 1 o'clock every day. I don't know whether we'll see it go off or not. There's more of Edinburgh from the castle.
In this case, the Forth River. So it's the Firth of Forth, and it's crossed by two great bridges. Like the other bridge to our right. That monstrous bridge to our right, coming into view, that's the thing that was the largest man-made object in the world in the 19th century. That's the Forth Railway Bridge, and see how tiny the train is there? Over at 2 o'clock you can see the train dwarfed by the bridge, and also at the right hand end of the bridge you can see the slipway of the old ferry. It's the Hawes Inn, which features in Treasure Island, Robert Louis Stevens' Treasure Island. Down in the Firth there you can see a couple of drilling rigs, and you can also see a defended island just under the train now. It comes further out, but that was defended against an American. Last bigger Scottish hills over there to the left at 10 o'clock. See the Grangemouth oil refinery in the distance to the left. And at 10 o'clock in the foreground is Rosyth Naval Dockyard. It's where Prince Charles used to captain at Minesweeper. We quite often see naval vessels there. It's always under threat of being closed, but I think it's still clinging on, but I can't see any military vessels in there at the moment. So that's Rosyth, but what a fine view. The visibility is really good, isn't it? I mean, those hills, some of those hills are 70 miles away. 1412 Course Hotel over there at 11 o'clock. The ocean beyond.
St Andrews Golf Course.
Lots of rugby pitches and hockey pitches for the university in the foreground. Nice little town, dominated by golf and university. The Royal and Ancient Club has been the arbiters of the rules of golf since 1754. There's the green on your right, and the old course pavilion there. I couldn't tell you the exact date, but that's brilliant. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It's always a gloomy looking sea really, the North Sea, even on a sunny day. Doesn't quite have the romance of the Atlantic to our west. So what a marvellous beach.
Masters Beach.
Another wander on here. We're just going to drive up the other end of town. We'll let you out for a quick photo stop up at the ruined cathedral. and we'll drive back and we'll deposit you here in the world of golf. So these are the loos coming up on the left. These are the public toilets. On it, no, what I was saying, we're going up the other end of the town and then we're coming back to here. We've got the British Golf Museum on the left here. And we're going to take a left at the top of the hill. Big obelisk to the left to various martyrs, religious martyrs. We had quite a lot of people who died on both sides of the divide. Various old golf places, again, dating from the same time as the origins of the university, 1410, 1412, here on the left. That's it. We will try and stop up here. It's not always possible. Steve will have to look and see if he's happy to pull up. I can see a bluish vehicle where we want to be really, but this is Law University here on
St Andrew's Cathedral. That's St Andrews. Those are the ruins. It's out to see. And that's the entrance to the wall around St Andrews. Got a big wall around the cathedral. People teeing off at St Andrews. They'll have their own individual St Andrews shirt they've got to wear. And they're walking around. There's a lady teeing off. I just saw a hacker tee off and I think I can hit a golf ball better than he can.
So this is Firth of Tay. And, yeah, North Sea's all running up on your right there. That's Dundee running across you. And we've got a fine bridge here. Let's hope it holds up. Because, quickly Stevie, see little stumps of the old railway bridge, which unfortunately collapsed in 1879. December the 28th, 1879. There was a big storm that hit these islands, and sadly there was a train crossing that bridge and she buckled and gave way and plunged into the cold waters of the ship Discovery, and she was the vessel that took Captain Robert Falcon Scott to the Antarctic. Great Scott, 1912 I think it was, and big race with Amundsen, the Norwegian. Anyway, it was a filthy weather as you can imagine, and here she is now, back in the quay where she was born, the dry dock where she was born. And so you go, good view, nice and slow through if you can see it. That's it, nice view of the Discovery there, held tight in the ice.
North of Perth.
And this must have been about 7 or 8 years. There's a buzzard, lovely to the left there, flapping around looking for his lunch. Lovely on the left there, buzzard. We may even see an eagle if we're lucky tonight. Over at Lagan, it's the sort of place where you get eagles.
This is where you saw Davidson's chemistry at this place. This is called Ritalori Street. Just having lunch before we push on to Blair Castle.
We used to be able to take you right to the door, but now they ask us to park it. Mining there on the left, that's roadstone, a bit of granite outcrop or something going into road chimneys and things. Coon sheltering in the shade there on the right, couple of coon. the only person with a private army in Europe, but he doesn't get to see them very often. Whether they're getting to the left. Here's the castle, coming up on your left. Dates back to the 13th century, but you can't take a tour guide out of something, can you? Tell you about it. You're going to hear all about that in a moment. So there's a German group that's down there, so don't rub it, we want to get there before they do. Well, we're booked for 2:30. I suppose actually, no, we don't. Maybe they'll go off somewhere else, but certainly we're going to be on
the Blair Athol Castle.
It wasn't a success. Come on in, folks, come on in. I forgot to tell you, this is my winter home.
This is the wall and the room where it had a photograph. Just going through the rest of the palace or the house. It's not really a palace, this place is a house.
All of these clothes and arms and shields are from Sudan campaign by the 8th group.
The guy must have been a really keen deer hunter. With just thousands and thousands of deers. Full deer. They've turned this thing into a money spinner. Those are some of the grounds. Turned out to be a nice day actually. Mountainside up there. Might have a touch of snow, maybe. Anyway, we're heading for the bus and off again. Right, here's a Highland coo having a scratch.
Put your head up.
Mate,
What's that smell?
These things have got a horn on them like you wouldn't believe. It's the truth.
On there, 159.
Is it a sculpture?
I think it's a sculpture at the moment. You know, there are no roads in here. There is hundreds of square miles of no habitation at all. Very big wilderness. So we're on the busy. White bowls of white flowers on the left. Remember the dark stuff is heather. That will all be going purple in a couple of months' time. But the bog cotton indicates just take the edge off it a little bit. It's a very light whiskey, Dalwhinnie. Cheyenne, to be honest, she's got a lot to contend with running a hotel and 4 children as well. And sometimes as soon as we can.
That's a pheasant clucker in the field. I'm gonna get the other zoom going. Found myself a pheasant out in the paddock. He's a bloody long way away. I'm using digital zoom. Oh, he's gonna go down the bloody other side. And out in the paddock where the pheasant was, we found ourselves big fat hare. Oops, a big fat hare out there. little clear. Anyway, that's a big fat hare. The pheasant's come back over. He's come back up, he's down on the hill. He's looking around. Doing a bit of a crow. Fluffing up his feathers. Should get a bit closer. Here comes the haggis.
Far freer on a shaunchy fish, great chieftain for the pund race. Upon the ma ye tak your place, bench, tripe or firm. Where you are your grace, as lang's well. The groaning trencher, there you fill. Your hardies like a distant hill. Your pin would help to mend a mill in time of need. Whilst through your pores, the dews distill like amber beef.
This is haggis.
She could if he came closer. Where did he say they were introduced from?
Ruthven Barracks. Somewhere into the wilds to the right there.
These have rocks measured up. And it's aligned to the solstice, shortest day of the winter. Here's another one. Right, by the looks of it, these are burial sites. It's a bit like Stonehenge with all the rocks around. This one's got rocks with stars that come out to it. To these rocks that are standing on the outer ridge. So this is sort of like a star pattern. It's 4,000 years old. Let's have a look at this. Central ring can. There's an idea there. This one's called a curb can. There's a train. You'll see this is where the cans are.
I'm from sunny Queensland.
There's another can, this is the third one. I can walk right into these things.
Yeah, I want to go.
There's 3 of these things, well, pretty big ones. Yeah, 4,000 years old. This is back to the first one. Now that everybody's gone, you can walk into these things. This used to have a roof on it. And then So this was probably an old ancient burial site of some description. And this used to line up with the Solstice. That rock and the other two rocks or mounds. This is battlegrounds of Culloden. Morning tea stop. This is where they had the big battle of Culloden. Going to go out and have a bit of killing fields. They lost 11,000 people in an hour. Jacobites by the British. Over the other side of that wall is the killing fields. In fact, through there you can see the flags. Flag there. We're going to drive through it and we'll have a look at it. Some nice hills in the background. We saw the town of Riven this morning and Huntington Tower. We drove past. Alright, we'll go and drive through it. Yeah, here it says Culloden.
And then if you walked out on there, the sites of where the different clans were based are marked on the stones on the field. So this was April 1746. Brought to an end. A centuries-old way of life. We'll hear about the repercussions of that either late this afternoon or more likely Sunday morning. Culloden Field. Mind you, on Skye, and we're heading to Skye Sunday, but this is the city of Inverness, spread out in front of us, and you can see the Murray Firth to the right, M-O-R-A-Y, and then we've got the Kessock Bridge over at 2 o'clock, which we will be going across. Inverness has gone from about 30,000 to 45,000 in the last 30 years. On holidays here, October the 2nd, and I was looking at flights and they were already quite expensive. It's a real boom town. And we're now on the west. You don't want to go over that weir in that boat. The dark, brooding waters of Loch Ness. This is kind of like a preamble to the loch. It's not considered a real part of the loch at the moment. Very soon, beyond those big pine trees at 11 o'clock, is where the loch proper starts. Don't worry. Yeah, oh, there's a big vessel down there at 10 o'clock. So that will definitely need the canal. And look at this Clematis Nelly Mose. And yes, a little squall in the distance there, indeed. So this is the biggest loch in Scotland by one measurement with the trees on it. Oh well, oh well. We will still take a photo stop a bit further down. Right, big boats around. I mean, this loch has been searched high and low.
Be calm on the boat.
During the Jacobite problems of the 1690, colour of a rhododendron there at 10 o'clock. Look at the red on that, superb tone. And there's Nessie.
Oh, there's Nessie.
Looking the right way. There she is. It's not the only. Ladies on the left heading to the festival. And a good fishing river, the Ness. You find McDonald's and other sort of global things. We're up in the clouds there at 10 o'clock is Ben Wyvis, one of the largest Scottish mountains, and we'll be coming around the back of Ben Wyvis on Sunday as we come back south. Over at 11 o'clock we can see wind turbines twirling away. We're going to see quite a lot of them today, and there are a few white horses on the water. I'm afraid the wind is a bit whippy. But I'm disappointed that the tide is in, because this is a great place for seal spotting down here, and if you've got a sort of half tide or a low tide, we always see the seals. There's lots of them. We've got Atlantic grey seal and we've got common seal, which, although it's called the common seal, is actually less numerous than the Atlantic grey these days. Nice field. No seals, but maybe we'll get some seals later on this afternoon. We say we won't see it again now, but you got the back of Steve's head there. You're right back there, you were in the front a minute ago, weren't you? There's a couple of pictures. Up on the hill there to the left, 10 o'clock, it's a monster. And according to some people, he was a bit of a monster. First Duke of Sutherland, huge, massive landowner here, and the family's been cleared from the land in the Highland clearances. But also, other people say he was a great agricultural improver. So the jury's out on the Duke of Sutherland, but he's certainly got a monster-sized statue up in Castle, is their seat. Can't see it on the way north, but we can. Over there on the left, you can see the twirling turbines, and in a minute or two, we'll be able to see almost all the way to the north coast. And you can see it's fairly smoothed off and flat. I mean, all this was heavily glaciated. Through the Pendant Firth, small one trailing behind it. There's grand view, Dunnet Bay.
Dunnet. They're all from Dunnet too.
We see interesting ships going through here. Busy shipping channel. But it's a bit murky today. Anyway, we had a bad accident. Normally much more golden than that. I guess there's no sun on it, but there's a good old stretch of sand. And well, they're battened down to the nut.
This is the Queen Mother's castle. Castle of May. Castle of May. Can't take photographs inside, so all we're going to do is be able to take this from the outside. This is the front of the castle, main doorway. That's the entrance.
If you come out of the hotel and try to dish them out in the lobby, it was bit of a palaver.
Thurso.
Mind you, actually, no, maybe that. No, I think what we'll do is we'll just go into the lobby. You've had a long day, and so because then it's quite a difficult place to find your way around. It's not that difficult. Not that difficult. It's just not a straight. At the side, you see the nearer bridge there, and then there's another bridge about half a mile further up. So you can do a shorter walk or a longer walk. We're going to the Friday. Keep your windows closed if you're on the street side of things. I would.
Okay, it's the next day, and we've driven out to Land's End, I think they call it. This is the last house in Scotland, John O'Grace. I'm going to catch that ferry down there and go back to the Orkneys.
Can you read that?
First,
The last house.
yep, last house. To the right, there's where it goes down the English Channel, the North Sea. It's about 9 degrees, or even less, and it's pretty chilly. We'll go to the souvenir shop to keep warm, it's cold. Alright, that's looking back to the mainland. Can't even see it, the rain squall. And we're heading up through there. Have a go at this swirl. Two oceans.
I think you get out here long before this for Victor's.
Swirl the current here in unbelievable, put by North Australia. Hangers out there. Just saw a finger. Birds. This water's so chopped up, it's unbelievable. Alright, after 40 minutes we're coming into Orkney Island. That's in front of us. That's the coach we're on in the Orkneys.
so fishing's virtually just died out now. Featured on TV a couple of times, and the chef at the grill has won numerous awards. But the fish meal for two during the summer season has to be booked around 2 weeks in advance, and it will set you back in excess of £50.
St Mary's Hope.
So if you're like me, you end up going to the fish and chips.
The old laundry. This is how they used to do their washing. They only got electricity here in 1970. No petrol up here, only diesel. Right. It's like living in the end of the world. Tack room. This is for the horses. Rabbit traps, rat traps. They've only just let their cattle out in the paddocks in the last 2 weeks because it's been too cold. This is the old dairy. Right, butter making machine. Wooden butter churn. See, they've joined these islands with isthmuses because they're all not that far apart. But it must be that cold and wet here. But the roofs are completely covered with They have a moss growing on the roof, which indicates cold. There's a nice little spot for morning tea.
Right, that will be the North Sea. And to the left, to Lamb's Hole. And then at the very far side of barrier number 2, you can just about make out barrier number 1. Connecting Lamb's Hole to the Orkney mainland.
Barrier number 1's there.
And that area all over there to the left is the Orkney mainland. Anyone wishing to get out and take a photograph, you're quite welcome again.
That is the North Sea.
Again, you see these large concrete blocks placed in an higgledy-piggledy fashion along either side. This is just to break up the force of the waves. Into deeper water, he submerged. A submarine coming in, but believed it to be British. So they started flashing their headlights and waving at it. Well, the man is now the only man. That dark coloured stuff is Heather. Laying beneath Heather is Pete. Farmers' machinery and also for their cattle. The spire of St Magnus Cathedral, an 11th century church that took over 300 years to build. And just behind the spire you can see one of the cruise ships. On the right, these pagoda-shaped chimneys. The bonded warehouses to the left. 2 pilot boats. They're responsible for bringing in the oil tankers that use Scapa Flow. On the right there, that's the harbour master's. Around the coastline, keep your eyes on the sea when you can. Pods of dolphins have been spotted. I believe it.
Right, we just stopped off at the pub to have some lunch. Beautiful fish, had some haddock, crabs, crab cakes, delicious. The fish was really nice. This is looking around. from the bus taking photographs. Thank God it's sunny. That's the pub we had lunch in. And this is Orkney. Not a tree anywhere. And they're all, that black stuff is heather. And they chop up the mountains and use it as, because it's all peat, and they burn it in their fires. Rocks over there, we're going out there to see them in a minute. Ancient Celtic rocks. There's the Ring of Stones up close. This is probably the sacrificial place. In the middle of the, it's in the middle of the circles of rocks. And this is 2000 BC. There we've come to another ring. They call this the vodka ring or something. This one's supposed to be 26 stones or something in a big circle with a huge motor on the edge of it. And they call this a hinge. This is heather. And that's the ditch. This thing. It's all heather, ditch. And I can hear a bird in the background just whistling. It's the one we hear when we go prawning out at Carnarvon Island. A brown bird that runs on the beach. There's the scale marking the entrance to this place. Stone was struck by lightning. That's why it speared off and shattered onto the ground. How about that? It's called the Ring Brodgar. That's it there, Brodgar. That's what it is. Okay, this is a replica of a house they dug out of the sand dunes. 5,000 years old. Ooh.
There's all crayfish and lobsters over there, and just.
Oh, is that what smells? It must have been a fireplace. Maybe. Must have been a bed. Or a shelf. There's the one. Oh. Ah, fishy.
They have legs lamb back.
Entrance, just built on a mound. It's an exact replica of what we're going down to look at. Down the bottom down here, down through this gate. So 5,000-year-old village. Some marking stones here to give you an idea. First man moon, 1969. First man in space, 1961. Telephone invented, 1876. American Declaration of Independence, 1776. Another one way down here. Inca civilization, 1400. Another one down here. This one, First Crusades, 1095. The Fall of Rome, 476. Birth of Christ, 0. There's the Great Wall of China, 220 BC. This thing's way over there. Here we go. 480 BC. Temple of Solomon, 962. Stonehenge, 2100 BC. The Pyramids of Giza, 2500 BC. Sarah Bray, 3100 BC. That's this. This is it. Movies and shells. Some of the early houses. Narrow corridors. Must have been very short people. This is more around the other side. This looks like a communal area or like shells or something. So they must have been really short people. That's only about 4 foot high. Been bloody cold living here back 5,000 years ago. This is the church in Auckland. This seems really old. See the erosion. Big congregation. Really old headstones in this chapel. That's the church you've just been in, the Orkney Church. Must be here for a long time. It's very badly corroded by wind and so forth. Italian chapel. So for the interns to it was made out of old army barracks. This is corrugated iron, it's been plastered over and it's been painted to make it look like brick. That island over there, that green one above that farmsteading, is the island of Stroma. This large building coming up on the left is called Thomison's Academy. It was paid for out of a legacy left by Sir William Thomison. Sir William Thomison started with the Hudson Bay Shipping Company and rose to be one of their successful developers. He earned around £20 a year to start, and he left a legacy of £6,000 for this school to be built for the poor children of South Ronaldsay to get an education. His home
And in the back garden, as you come around the corner, you'll see a concrete shed with an arched doorway. That isn't a shed. That is Sir William Thomason's tomb. Yes, most people are lucky enough to have a dead body in their garden. Not something I'd fancy, but Fred West didn't seem to mind. And coming up is probably the last interesting point on the tour. That church over there on the right hand side as we come into the ferry terminal is St Mary's Church. It's one of the
largely 18th century Dunby, fortified beam. Berry down there. Children joining together, punching their way through the cliffs. If you didn't see the antlers before, quite a few people are having a snooze at this stage, but as you go around the corner, on your right there, the white gable end, see all the antlers there? The trophies. The little towers up on the hill in front of us, made by the landowner. All sorts. Yes, it must be their church service. Demonstrations with the eagles and the eagle owls and things
Duke
like that.
of Sutherland's house.
Peregrine
189
falcons.
rooms.
Dunrobin Castle, I think, with the weather being a bit burnt.
Getting a look at the salmon. And there's supposed to be salmon going up there, but we can't see any. I had some there. No salmon. That's where the trout's supposed to be jumping.
Oh, good morning to you. It's Nigel with Inside Vacations here. I've got a good group heading your way.
It even smells nice.
Fisherman on the right, a nice view of Canis straight through the gap to the right. I'm sorry about the top cloud. We're going to take a picky stop in Momento.
I just stopped for a picture shot, almost across to the west coast from the east. This is the Watkinson Mountains. This is the wilderness area. West coast.
Okay, we're just coming into Ullapool now. Damp day for a game of golf over on the right, but they're going for it in the rain. So coming down to Ullapool, that's Loch Broom on your right, looking fairly glassy, very still, which is annoying. We want wind today. We want a bit more wind to blow this away.
Stop for a lunch stop at a place called Ullapool. Ullapool used to be a fishing village, still is, established in 1770. That is the Atlantic
Oh,
Ocean.
sorry.
Stupid bloody German. That is the Atlantic Ocean out there. We're going to go for a walk in there, look at the fishing fleet. We've had lunch in this pub.
Those rules. Those bloody sandwiches here. Those rules.
This is the fishing fleet. And the main street of Ullapool. That's the pub. And apparently the passenger ferries coming in. And that's back out to the ocean.
Everyone having a nice snooze? Sorry about that. The fellow in front of us who's got a big Heimer and the car towed behind him suddenly decided to move off on the left there and didn't give us much. Amazing spread of the rhododendrons down this bit of the glen. Lots of trees cleared here on the right over the last 5 years, but still a few standing. On the other side of the glen, beyond the loch, is what you might call more natural vegetation. Not quite the original Caledonian forest, but it's similar to it. It's a fairly sparse forest of birch trees, silver birch trees. We're making good progress, and we'll be down to the west coast again now, fairly soon, down to Loch Carron.
This is looking west, Loch. This is looking back to the east.
Yeah, that's what I wanted.
Inverness is up there.
Well, it's seawater.
That's not the ocean. And it's looking up out to the ocean. It's looking west. What's the name of this place again?
Strath
Ferry?
Strom Ferry.
Strom Ferry, is
Strom
it?
Ferry. Well, we're going to video the sign.
So in front of us in a moment is the sound of sleet in the main London sky, the largest of the Inner Hebrides.
Oh, the sky through the smoke.
It's fairly low tide at the moment, so may well see seals along here. Either in the water or so this is Loch Galsh on the left, and it's narrowing across on the bridge. So very still on the Kyle. So it's the end of the railway line. We've got a little port here. We've got something to see. There's of all kinds here. On the left there, we're going into the
Little purpose-built boat with an outboard and a sail on the back so you can turn the motor on and drift.
And there I thought.
They'll have to save the body prints.
The likeness of the times is matched with the dark and is not to be lost along with the Jacobite falls. As he had arrived the previous year, so he now lives, with only a handful of supporters, upon them Flora MacDonald, upon whose frail shoulders rests the responsibility of safety of Prince Charles, Edward Stuart.
Speed bonny boat, like a bird on carry the land who's born to be.
And I can just make out Rasay House, in fact, in the distance in the woods there. There's a bay and a white liner going across it, and then there's the big woods and Rasay House tucked in the middle of them. Come in. Let's go for a little walk before supper. Go down the steps there on the right or down this street on the right. We're turning, our hotel's in the street on our left, and you can walk down into the harbour side there, and it's quite cute.
It's the hotel we're staying at in Skye. This is the capital city of Skye.
And the only way to get that was to fight the MacLeods for it. And so this great battle of Trot, and at the end of the day, the MacDonalds had won the battle and wound their way into the north of Skye. An interesting, if gory, detail about that battle. I haven't spoken to my wife for a week. Well, I don't like to interrupt. We do have a lot of standing stones in Skye, many of which are in press-ups. Here too at Uig you'll see that modern crofting township appearance. In a moment, look across.
No. I'm going to sit and watch
You've got a perfect view there.
I can see it.
Well, this is probably about the best place to see the ruins of Duntullum Castle, Tullum Bay and Tullum Island. And as I mentioned there, the very first clan to hold this fort was Clan MacLeod. But here on Skye, if the MacLeods held land and property, you can guarantee the clan coming up directly across to the left of us in morbidity. Appearance indeed. In fact, the landslide here is the biggest landslide in the British Isles. 100 feet straight down into the sea, Mayalp Falls. Well, rather conveniently, you can see the Kilt Rock and the Mayalp Falls from the same viewpoint. So down at the foot of this hill, make a little stop to have a look at the Kilt Rock and the Mayalp Falls. Formations, rock formations. You go among these like organ pipes on the cliff face. And still just looking across towards the mainland. And behind us at this lookout is the mountain range behind us, and this cloud is actually rolling down off the top into the valleys. It's really weird, that cloud. This was also a lookout. So, behind him lies the high point of the Trotterdish Ridge at just over 2,300 feet. Poetry. This is where we stay in the night.
Stay where you are. We only want to be 3-4 minutes here.
Yeah, loves it.
Right. You'll have so many pillows you don't know what to do with them. You'll have trouser pictures of waterfalls. Done it myself. And again, it just gives you helpful because everyone always walks down that end. Yeah. So the quicker we do it, the better. There we are. The sun's keeping these midges away a bit now, so it's not as bad as getting out as it was yesterday. Lovely. Gold mining this afternoon. Fairly rare, or large reed beds are fairly rare. But we've also got a problem with more flowers everywhere, and we've also got a problem with the wheat straw.
An old castle.
It's lovely country. The biggest problem with the electric cars is going to be running people over. As you can't hear them. We've got quite a lot. And that is a rare sight, folks. That is a rare sight to get it that clear. We're going to stop. Don't try and take pictures through the front at the moment, because we're going to stop at the Commander Memorial in a couple of minutes' time.
The highest peak in the British Isles. Up there, 4,000 and something feet. This is a repeat of the last one, where the mountain is called Ben Nevis. Nevis, it's 4,406 feet. Highest peak in the British Isles.
There to that.
Very much like New Zealand here. We've got another mountain in the background over there with snow on it. Lots of locks.
Level can, so you get a flow from the sea into the lock, and then when the tide goes out, the sea falls quicker. So it looks like a river below us, but it's not, it's the lake. I only stayed one time down in that hotel on the right there at 1 o'clock. It's a lovely place to stay, rubbish hotel as usual, very plain and simple, Ballachulish, but always a joy to be. Glencoe, which will be approaching soon, is famous for the massacre of 13th of February 1692. McDonald's of Glencoe. There, we're just going along the south side of Loch Leven. Got big slate mines coming up on the right, fairly soon. You can see the great gouge out of the hillside in front of us. Someone fishing off the rocks on the left. Fishing for pollock, probably. Ballachulish on the right, and then Glencoe village in front of us. It was, the massacre was all to do with the Jacobites and the... let's go through that line. It was to do with William and Mary coming in. If you remember, James II was thrown out. Most of the Highlanders weren't too pleased about this, and so William and Mary were very keen to get the tribal chiefs, the clan chiefs, to sign an act of fealty or oath of allegiance to the new monarchs. And the deal was that all of these clan chiefs had to sign the document before the 31st of December 1691. And MacDonald of Glencoe left it a wee bit late. He was already in trouble with the authorities for dealing cattle without a license, so he was buying and selling cattle unlicensed, and so he was already a bit of a marked man. He did intend to sign this document. He went off to Fort William to sign it, found no magistrate, turned round and went down south to Inverary, signed the document, but it was after the deadline, and the authorities decided to make an example, led by Campbell of Glenlyon. Came up into Glencoe. Glencoe already means the Valley of Weeping, Glencoe, Glen of Weeping, and they came in one winter night. They were dined and wined and dined by the MacDonalds, but in the morning light rose up and slew their hosts.
They came from Fort William with murder in mind. The Campbell and Robbers, King William had signed, told to the sun, these
So this is the famous Glencoe, and on the right we've got the three sisters of Glencoe, these three rocky buttresses, one above you to the right now.
This is Glencoe. The other side of the gorge.
Pretty big mountains out on the stream.
there actually. Nice and peaceful. Something odd about it. I'm not quite sure what it is. It's not the right colour.
Helicopter above Loch Lomond. Had an Air Force jet fire a second ago. What was just hovering there? This is Loch Lomond. We're going out for a boat cruise on the loch. The boat should be coming in there. Swan. I think our boat is over there. That's it, I think. Coming this way.
I have to take Panadine. Always suffer from migraines and stuff.
So what's in the Panadine then?
Waterfall coming into view now, more commonly known as the Arklet Falls, the River Sneyd, ARKLET, named after the source of the river, Loch Arklet, which lies over the hill in the Trossachs. That's the Inversnaid Hotel, a beautiful spot, very popular.
Yeah, that's right.
It was called Lawn
into Glasgow.
Oh dear, what do we got here? A little accident or something on the right. Police car, flashing lights, bit of a shuttle probably. I'm going into the back of it. Yeah, just straight on down the A82, thanks Stevie, yeah. And when we get down the Great Western Road, there's a big church tower, the whole of Europe. Then you can make some serious money. And that's basically what the Brits did. The sugar came into here and then was re-exported to Europe. The tobacco came into here and was re-exported to Europe. That's how we made a huge amount of money. Years ago, the apartments and things here were very cheap still. You could get one for 30,000. It costs you 230,000 now. It's all the tenements above the shops and things. So it's a nice district, this. We're going to turn left in a little while. This has got quite a pleasant atmosphere, the spire of the uni buildings. What we're going to try and do, we tried this last time but it didn't really work out. There's some beautiful gates up here, Steve, just beyond on the right. That's it, well done, mate. Well done. James Clerk Maxwell, famous mathematician. I'm just trying to have a little look. See Kelvin. Kelvin's in the middle, top line, just left of the middle, and below him the great. But it's not easy. And look at this super gatehouse here on the right. Heavy architecture, but impressive. I think you'll agree. This is designed. This building on the left is designed by the greatest of Scottish designers of the 20th century, and that's Charles Rennie Mackintosh. I don't know if anyone's ever heard of him, but
Flags are for.
I don't know what the bunting's for. I don't know. Wasn't here a month ago. And look beneath us, that's lucky. There's hotels away to the right. You can see Marriott written on the block to the right there. See in the distance the reddish brick, reddish brown one. That's the hotel down there. So any of this that you see, just a couple of blocks up from the hotel, to come and eat at any of the restaurants along here. Out on the left here, above us on the left, you've got all sorts of glass top to it. Down at the bottom of the hill is Sir Walter Scott up on top of his monument. That's St George Square. We're going to come back through. If you again, Cheryl, if you're going to look around Glasgow Cathedral, it's well worth a look actually. Go into the Blackadder Chapel in the crypt. Ibrox, which is the home of Glasgow Rangers Football Club. There's the Clyde. It's amazing how so many huge vessels came from such a small river. Back there on the right, you should be able to see the strangely shaped Scottish Exhibition Centre known as the Armadillo. A couple more fine buildings coming up here on the left. Cooperative Wholesales on the left here, a very fine Victorian building. We're running out to the southwest of Glasgow, and we're going against the flow. You can see the other side of the motorway is very, very busy. Now, what's this building here? Something new on the left, a new link to the motorway by the look of it.
Side view instead of a rear view.
We're in Ayrshire, coming down towards kind of twin towns of Kilmarnock and Ayr. The ocean is stretching out, and when we can, we look across to the right. Good view of Arran. Two Arrans, well, they're Irish Arrans, and there's but pretty strong, pretty intact there on the left, quite evocative above the field of barley. And then another half mile up ahead, we've got Crossragool Abbey. Again, because there are not many people round here, there's not many people to pinch the stone over the years and recycle it. So these are in pretty intact. We'll see the Abbott's Castle Gate, fortified gate, and we'll see away to the right. Don't really get much of a sense of it, I'm afraid, but if you, as we go around this left-hand bend, if you look away to the right, you might see a couple of the holes there in the distance to the right now. And if you didn't see Arran before, there it is away to your right in the distance. And then we've got a much smaller island over there at 2 o'clock now, which is known as Paddy's Milestone, because Irish living in Glasgow, traditionally going back to Belfast to see their kin. So that's how it got known as Paddy's Milestone. Its real name is Ailsa Craig. Ailsa Craig. Craig, C-R-A-I-G, Scots for rock from the other. Looking down now into the mouth of Loch Ryan, you can see what I think is the white shape of the high-speed ferry Dublin Stranraer, sorry, not Dublin, Belfast Stranraer. Looks like the white vessel down there at roughly 12:30 from us. We've got two ports down in Loch Ryan, Stranraer and Cairn Ryan. We've got some very fast. they have to be treated with respect because they can hold us for 48 hours without questioning, without charge.
This is Ireland. You can't get upstairs to get a photograph. This is Ireland through the boat window. It's a boat coming back. Out on the deck, that's Ireland. That's England back there. That's the UK. Scotland. That's where we just come from. That's the UK. Scotland.
Yeah, all these, well, there were Hondas round t'other side. What are these? These are Nissans. Nissan on the left here, this is Sunderland. So the Japanese, I think I said when we went to Coventry, or near Coventry, that virtually all the European cars for Japan are made in Britain. So they're all getting exported to Ireland. There's no manufacturing of vehicles in Ireland. In fact, as you'll hear, that Ireland is really not a very industrialised island at all. Largely because it didn't have the resources, didn't have the coal and the iron that were pretty much essential prerequisites of 18th and 19th century industrialisation on the various parts of Ireland that basically lend itself or lent themselves to different periods of history. We're going to go through the town of Larne. We're going to follow the coast road. We'll probably see, I think it's called A2, Steve. Carnlough is probably what it's signposted. It's away to the over on the right there. Casting a wee bit of light on the northern. It's not the same as the old one. They've had awful trouble with Waterford Crystal, but we do have a visit scheduled there. When is it? Next time, is it? Yeah. How about that? You've got Northern Ireland connections. Yep. A fine view here across the ocean. You can see Scotland again over on your right. And we're going to see bits of 1907. So all of this island, which is a smaller, rounder kind of island than the one you've just been on, all of this island was within the UK. However, relations between this island and the other island within the UK were very, very strained, as I'll attempt to point out over the next few days. And The two islands are very, very different. We're stuffed full of wonderful, valuable minerals. Poor old Ireland, though, has rather a high rainfall. High rainfall makes for a poor leached soil, acidic soils, peaty soils, and even worse, the underlying geology pretty much plain limestone. A few exceptions to that. Indeed, we'll go to the marble factory in Connemara later on in the tour. But by and large, limestone Ireland, good for horses, but not good for minerals. And so the two islands were very, very different. And if you add to those basic differences a human element, perhaps you could call it the laid-back Celtic Catholic attitude towards the more busy Anglo-Saxon Protestant work ethic attitude. So very, very different islands. And for a long time, many people here in Ireland have been agitating for home rule. Yeah? A bit like you heard in Scotland, the Scottish Parliament. They got the Parliament so they could make more decisions about their own affairs. And that's what Irish folk, lots of Irish folk were asking for in the 17th and particularly the 18th and 19th centuries. And eventually it came about that 26 of the 32 Irish counties did their own thing. That's it, you just stand in the road there. And so 26 of the Irish counties, about 80% of the country, now do their own thing in the shape of the Republic of Ireland, capital Dublin. But 6 counties here in the north are still within the UK, and this area is known as Northern Ireland. But just to confuse you, the most northerly point in Ireland is in Southern Ireland, because Donegal, if you look at a map of Ireland, you'll see the top end of Ireland is Malin Head in the county of Donegal, and Donegal is in Ulster, which most Brits would think would be in the UK. However, Ulster has 9 counties, 6 of them are in the UK, and 3 of them, one of them being Donegal, are in the Republic. The Republic is sometimes referred to as Southern Ireland, and so the most northerly point of Ireland is in Southern Ireland. Bizarre, but that's just the beginning of it. This is a wonderfully unusual kind of place. And this northern bit here is still part of the UK. Why would that be? Why are these 6 counties in the north part of the UK and the other 26 back in the 1st of January 1922 did their own thing? Why? Well, it's partly to do with people like Gerald's granddad, because he was a Scotsman living here in Ireland. How did that happen? Well, in a nutshell, the English, the Anglo-Normans, later the English, came in and they took lots of the best lands and they started laying down the law in the shape of the Dublin Parliament and so on and so forth. And basically, when the Reformation came along, that was the final straw. We heard how even in England, a lot of people questioned the Reformation. 5,000 people were killed for their views, religious views, in the 16th century. But here in Ireland, with the laws being laid down by aliens, and now even your worship being dictated by aliens, the vast majority of people said, no way, no way, no way, no. Live here in Ireland, Jesuit monks basically came, and Jesuit preachers came into Ireland and worked undercover through the land with what we call the hedgerow schools, hedgerow masses, because all the churches were appropriated by the Protestant Emperor. I won't walk along there, sorry. But come back to this. This is Ballygally Bay, and it's looking great at high tide. And that building over there at 1 o'clock is Ballygally Castle Hotel, and it's a great old castle and it's a great hotel. And I don't often do that tour, but one of our tours, the best of Ireland and Scotland, stays at that hotel. I haven't done it for a couple of years, and it doesn't look as though I'm going to do it again this year, because I've just got my allocation for August, and I'm back on one of these 1st of August. So that's fine by me. I enjoy doing this tour, but sometimes it'd be nice to do a little bit of variety. I do like staying at this place, looking across the ocean, and I have happy memories of staying here when we had a meteorite shower. Don't know if anyone's into astronomy at all, but the Earth goes through on an annual basis, goes through various groups of space debris. There it is, Ballygally Castle Hotel. And we go through, the Leonids and the Perseids. I think it's the Leonids in July. And it was brilliant. Looked out the window in the middle of the night, and there were all these meteorites going past. So anyway, the Ballygally Hotel. Quite a pleasant place to stay if you're ever back this way. So yes, the great majority of Irish people said, refused to become Protestant, refused to go to the church, because it was now a Protestant church. So all around Ireland we're going to see ruined medieval churches, and we're also going to see lots of big modern 19th century churches. And the reason is that the old churches were Catholic for hundreds of years, then they were appropriated by the Protestant church in the Reformation, or after the Reformation, and no one turned up. So the vicar couldn't make a living, and the church became deserted, and the roof fell in, and everything ruined. And after much suppression, we really squeezed the Catholics. You weren't a team player, it was a bit, it was a bit like supporting the Soviets in the Cold War when we were growing up. You were meant to be anti-Soviet, even though you'd never met a Soviet. You were meant to be anti-Soviet, and so if you supported Soviet, you'd be not a team player. You'd be frowned upon by your peer group, and that's how it was in the Europe split between the Catholics and the Protestants. Basically, we were a firm Protestant country alongside the Netherlands, etc., Sweden and so on. And of course, if you were Catholic, you were really playing for the other side. And that they tried to squeeze the Catholics as much as possible. A few people did convert to Protestantism, but most people suffered. Sometimes in silence, sometimes not. So that was what the root of the problem was. And the authorities, from the authorities' point of view, they tried to dilute this problem by importing Protestants. So whenever an estate died intestate, if someone died without children, without produce, and no one acquired the estate, then it would revert to the crown. And every time that happened, they tried to bring in their eyes, good Protestants. So it first started down in Tipperary in the 1560s, but the really biggest influx of Protestants was up here in Ulster in the early 1600s, 1605. The leading Ulster family, they were the leading family, but they were Catholic. They were the O'Neills, and Hugo O'Neill is called to the is called to London for an audience with the king. Now his rights have been eroded and eroded and eroded, and even though they were the leading family, they weren't having much fun at all. And O'Neill worried greatly that if he went to London, he would say the wrong thing and end up dying in the Tower of London. And so they had a little council, and they decided that they'd rather relinquish all their lands and go to the continent of Europe than suffer the injustices of the rule. And so look at all these flag iris on the left, lovely yellow flag iris. So basically what happened was O'Neill and other leading families deserted Ulster, and 750,000 acres of land were vacant. 750,000 acres, which is a lot of land even by today's standards. But of course, when farms are generally 10 acres big or whatever, that's a heck of a lot of land. And this is where the big implantation of Protestants took place. It was known as the Flight of the Earls. The Flight of the Earls. Later on in the century, we have the Flight of the Wild Geese. But 1605, the Flight of the Earls vacates 750,000 acres of land. Now the king, we've got that new king, King James I of England, King James VI of Scotland. So the king decides that this land will be filled with Protestants, well, the king and Parliament, I'm sure, and a lot of the Protestants were lowland Scots who were offered free farms over here, as you can see over there on the right, within sight of the old country. And of course, if offered free land, it's already on. the air conditioning is already on. What's the temperature reading there? 16 degrees inside? No, I don't think so. No, I don't want to know outside. What's it saying inside? 19. Should be cool. The aircon's on, I'm afraid. I don't want to make any colder than 19. 19 should be, well, it's at the bottom end. We normally set it for 20. Too much hot air from the guide, probably. Anyway, but we do. I think you benefit from knowing the history of any country you go to, but particularly Ireland. Ireland has a very long and complex history, and I'll try and cut it up into bite-sized chunks. But just bear with me a little bit. I'm nearly finished. He's having a nice day fishing out there on the right. There's a lovely day for pulling up your lobster pots and checking your salmon net. You see the salmon net running along there on the right? Equidistant boys there. It's a big salmon net running along there. There's a good run of salmon down this coast. So, nice day for bobbing about in a boat. Anyway, where were we? We now get all of these Protestants coming in here. And of course, the Catholics are not too happy about that. And if anyone thinks that Israel-Palestine is going to be over soon, remember that the Protestant-Catholic situation in Northern Ireland has been going 400 years now. And a lot of friction between the two communities. Bob Marley was right when he said that a hungry man is an angry man. In 1641, the Great Rebellion, driven by hunger, a lot of the Catholics rose up and killed Protestants. But anyway, that large implantation of Protestants meant that this area, basically, in 400 years later, or 300 and a bit years later, was mainly Protestant. Now, because of the big problems between the two islands, I'll look later on in the tour, I'll look at the Anglo-Irish War and the Irish Civil War. But we had the First World War, and then immediately we had the Anglo-Irish War, and by November 1921 everyone was sick and tired of fighting, and so they decided to do something about it. They decided to segregate off the Protestants from the Catholics. They counted up in every county. 26 counties were firmly Catholic, just 6 counties were firmly Protestant. Fortunately, those 6 counties were neighbouring, so you could simply draw a line around the 6, and those 6 stayed within the UK, and the other 26 became the Irish Free State, nowadays called the Republic of Ireland. So that's how the island came to be divided, roots back in the 1600s. So in Protestant areas here, you will often see the flag of Scotland being flown, the Saltire, the cross of St Andrew. You'll find the Union flag being flown. In Catholic areas, they will fly the Irish tricolour, green, white, orange. So far, last time I was here a month ago, didn't see many flags either. It'll be warming up for next month is the marching season, and that's when the history becomes more apparent. So anyway, that's how Northern Ireland came to be Northern Ireland. And we'll look out for the flag of Northern Ireland. It's the Cross of St George with a 6-pointed star in the middle of it, and the hand of Ulster in the middle of the 6-pointed star. The 6 points of the star refer to the 6 counties of Northern Ireland, and the hand relates to the legend of the 2 brothers who challenged each other to get to this land first. And you imagine you're on a boat out there, far out, and you spot this land. One of the legends of Ireland. What happened was that the 2 brothers were great rivals. And get a picture, have a breath of fresh air, have an ice cream or whatever. This is the Londonderry Arms on the left. And there's a really cute little harbour here on the right. Well worth the picture, I think. We're going to take a left up there. See where that van's coming out? Just going up there, and there's a coach park behind, the loos, and there's the Spar shop here, which will do.
What's the name of this little town? Having lunch. This little town just after we got off the boat. Had stuff all there. We had to have it at Maud's. Had some rolls on bananas. Bananas on rolls, I mean. That's all they had. Little fishing village. Bloke's launching his boat. This little place, we're having bananas on rolls. This cove, Canley, part of the Antrim coast. Oh, there's some falls here, Kireni Falls. Used to be a lime company here.
He's the only Roman emperor ever to lose in battle. As I always say, the Romans turn up, there was a big fight and the Romans won. Well then, on that particular occasion, Valerian lost. Sleep right on the edge of the mattress. Yes, soon. So for these reliefs, we've often got to drive different type of coaches, different days of the week. And everything's fine. Put key in so I can go. But when it comes to eating, or food, out some of the Hebridean Islands. Bear that in mind when I tell you the story tomorrow about St. Columba and Iona. To see Malin Head, in fact, ancient legends of Ireland. The Celts really had no right. So that's
We stopped at this place called the Giant's Pathway. And it's all about the volcanic rock, the way it's been cooled. Come down here on a bus. It's called the Giant's Causeway. There are all ones out there to the water. This is the other side of it. Back to a video on this thing. The camera was playing up. Now we can focus on it. And this all comes out of the hillside. People climbing all over it. Giant's Causeway. So it goes up into the mountain up in there.
More pasture, even here it's mostly pasture. And Ireland, as I mentioned, never really industrialised. So the main industries of Ireland are agriculturally based. And there were the old industries were brewing, of course, and distilling. And then you got the things like fertilisers. Short of that, we're staying this side of that.
Londonderry.
Fairly low tide on the foil. River foil to your left. Loch foil to your right. Yeah, might as well.
the march was supposed to make its way through to City Hall, just at this point here on the left-hand side. The march was blocked at this point and redirected here into the bog side, but I'll go into a little bit more detail a little bit later on, but I want to draw your attention now to the murals. On your right-hand side, the first one you see there with the white background depicting 4 humanitarian leaders: John Hume, Martin Luther King, Nelson Mandela and Mother Teresa. John Hume, of course, a son of Derry who won the Nobel Prize for Peace. The one with the red background there is a commemoration of the hunger strikes of 1981 that saw 10 political prisoners starve to death in the Maze prison. This next mural you see is from that very first march, One Man, One Vote. That's how it all started. And just looking to your left-hand side now, folks, is the memorial to Bloody Sunday. It stands on the site where 13 civil rights marchers were shot back in January of 1972. So a lot of information here, so we're just going to pull in here, Kieran, if you don't mind. We just pull in, see it's before the zebra crossing. We're tourists, we can do what we want. The police come along, I just start talking French, so don't let me down, alright? Annette McGavigan trying to get to the ground, but she was struck by a ricochet bullet for the future. So he came up with this image of 2 male figures representing the Catholic and Protestant community. The 2 figures are reaching out across a divide. You'll notice when we pass it, it's on your right hand side. We're going to take a left turn up into the city, take the signpost for the local traffic. But if you look to the 2 figures, you can see their hands are almost touching. And it's symbolic in that the artist who designed this said, when we achieve a lasting peace in Northern Ireland, these figures will be moved closer together so that they're actually holding hands. So he said, a great symbol of hope. And we talk about hands across the divide. If you look to the river to your right hand side, this river is a geographical divide, but it's also a political and religious divide, because one of the saddest legacies of the Troubles was the drift of our Protestant population from the West Bank. We're on the West Bank at the minute, and when the Troubles broke out in 1969, between 69 and up till about 72, most of our Protestant population migrated from the West Bank onto the East Bank. So all the time that I was growing up, that river was very much a divide between 2 religions, between 2 communities. Now that START team, they measure a mile and a furlong in circumference. They took 5 years to build at a cost of £10,500 back then, and they're a wonderful engineering feat. You'll see when we get up onto the walls. This is the Ferrickey Gate, and the Ferrickey Gate is quite symbolic in that it was the first gate that was closed by the young apprentices back in 1688, which back in 1608. It's known as a cruciform city. It's built in the shape of a cross, and the 4 main arterial streets run out from the centre point here, which is the War Memorial. This used to be where the town hall was back in the 1600s, but it now holds the War Memorial dedicated to those who lost their lives in the First and Second World War. This is one of 2 shopping centres here, folks, the Richmond. So what we'll do is we'll just get off just before the Bishopsgate Courthouse, whichever's handiest for you, Kieran. Anywhere.
A walk in Londonderry. That's the old wall. One of the main squares. Go into this church.
If you read about Northern Ireland and the Savile Report, you'll know exactly where you were the day the Savile Report came out. And that's, well, I was about to say that's our last port of call in the UK for a while, but I had to correct myself because we're going into the Republic for lunch, and then we're going to come back briefly into the UK at Ballique, and then we'll be in the Republic for the best part of a week after that. So we're going to make our way via Strabane and Ballybofey to Donegal town. this is the town. Everything's going to be an easy walking distance where we drop off. First of all, you're going to need some Irish money. Yeah, you're going to need Irish money. Obviously, lots of things you can put on cards, and a lot of you are coming out with me for most nights and things. But you will need euro stuff. One of the most convenient is the oven door down here on the left. Oh, they changed the name of it. What do they call it? Oh, Hayhas. I can't even pronounce it. In there on the left, bakery and cafe is quite good. It's got sit down as well as take away. But you got, yeah, I'm not quite sure how to pronounce that. Do you know how to pronounce that, Kieran? Yeah? Oh, yeah. Kieran doesn't either. That makes me feel better. You always worry a bit when you're in someone else's country. But I've heard lots of good things about this. There's O'Donnell's Castle up in front of us there, and you can walk down the road to the left, down by the river, and get a nice view of the castle above. Some people
in Donegal. We're going down to the castle. There's an old church in Dunner. Across the road from the castle. We'll go and have a look. Look. There's the old castle.
It can be quite dangerous. You see here on the left, it suddenly disappears where roads come in.
Visiting the Billy pottery place. I'm just on a tour. It's very expensive. It's very expensive. Prince Charles visited this place in 2009. Right next to a little river with a nice little bridge. And I think an old ruins up there with a old fire engine. Nice little river.
And I've asked Kieran to just take us round Mullaghmore Head. It's a fine afternoon. And there's the Mullaghmore House away on the right there. Mullaghmore House. Over on the left there, lots of horses of different ages. And we're going to take a left here. Veil of mist and things. A little leprechaun in the front there. Have you seen it? Yeah. What's his name then, Kieran? Kieran. That's straightforward. Two Kierans in the front. Well, very good morning to you. Yes, I was walking out last night. I saw another wonderful natural phenomenon that I hadn't really seen before, not for a very long time anyway.
We'll stay at the Radisson Sligo.
Down to the bay. There's a lovely sunset going on.
Way to Limerick today.
Unfortunately, most of it was tucked around the corner, out of sight from me. But
stopped at Conga for a cup of tea break on the way to Limerick. A cup of tea here. Very quiet little village. A little river running through this little town. This strange looking bird. Looks half a funny looking seagull looking thing. This is the other side of the bridge. I'm going to go and look at the abbey in a minute. There's an old destroyed abbey. Got a little fish down here. It says a hatchery. A proper thatched roof. This one's a pretty old one. Now a duck here doing headstands. There's the old abbey. This is the ruins of the abbey. And the cemetery here next to the abbey.
but picky spot, Loch Corrib. Hard to get a crop of potatoes out of it, decent crop. Really thick one on the right there, proper thatch there. The one thing that you don't see these days are the turf roofs, where they've literally, in these parts, particularly here in Connemara, used to dig out turf and put it on the roof. I actually saw back in the 80s, you'd see houses with sort of, they're pretty well all gone now, but you'll see some in the Bunratty Folk Park tomorrow.
All different sorts of marble, as if here in Ireland. Green stuff, 600 million years old. Fossils.
19th century cathedrals. This one is 1960s, largely paid for from Catholics from Italy. So we just go around it. It's big enough, isn't it? Very big there. Nice little sculpture here on the left, the sea goddess. We're just going to traverse around it. It's in a strange style. It's doesn't really. Most of them have been. Pop back round to the right. Most of them are road closed. High tide on Galway Bay. There it is, the largest bay of the west of Ireland. Barron Rocks away to your right, and very pleasant, fresh Atlantic air. Lots of people on holiday at this time of the year. We're just driving towards the Claddagh region. Claddagh, C-L-A-D-A-G-H, sometimes double D. May have heard of a Claddagh ring. Comes from this area. Claddagh, as far as I know, just means seashore. Purge of the Cromwellians in 1649 and 50. I was wondering if we'd see a hooker. It's always famous for its hookers. And there's one down there on the right. That black-hulled small sailing boat. Traditional fishing boat. They even have the Galway Hooker Festival in September. Often raises a chuckle. Galway has lots of when we go to Plymouth, but Spanish riders, some of the ships that thought they'd escaped all the problems. 2 o'clock, you can see the old wall there. One of them's grilled, one of them's open. They're known as the Spanish Arches because that's where the prisoners were held until handed over to the authorities. Newton Percy
Limerick
was 18th century expansion. In the 18th century, Ireland was doing quite well, thanks to wealth coming in from the colonies, from the English colonies, British colonies. But long before that, why would we have an Irish town and an English? Now you can see the weir, quite low tide on the river. You can see the weir on the far side is the canal. That's the Grand Canal running from Dublin through to the Shannon Estuary. King John's Castle's coming up across the river on the right, and we're just going to pull up in front of the treaty stone. The siege, very low tide indeed. The castle was slighted after the siege and therefore made unusable. That's why we got that modern building. It's rather incongruous. Modern building plonked in the middle of the ancient castle. So we pull up in the bay there. Anyone who'd like to. Oh, he's just taking that, is he? Oh no, she's going in there. So the treaty stone's in front of us. Okay, so that's Treaty Stone and the castle, and we're just going round in the kind of horseshoe to get you to the. Fortunately, we're here. What's today? Thursday, so it's not too bad. I have been here on Saturday nights, and there's a hoolie going on down in the street most of the time. So here's the walls of King John's Castle, and if you look back on the right-hand side in a moment, you see how the wall was smashed down and filled with that modern building on your right now. Canal, sorry, the Grand Canal. See all the flags for the Munster rugby team flying down the main street here. So the busy main street. Uranium, see them. Right, yeah, scarlet begonias. Okay, folks, so this is
the Shannon leaving Limerick.
Yes, well, the VAT I don't think will go up while you're here. That will probably be, well, it's hard to know, hard to second guess it. Normally you'd say it would be as from next April, but that's a long way away. They need the money now. So, yeah, we're going to go to the right there, over the bridge. I was watching the BBC News this morning, and the Stonehenge facilities are fire in the Great Hall. My Lord and my Lady could take to the Solar, which was their private bedroom. The Vikings had made their big base at Limerick, and this was kind of an outlier. There it is on the right, the Great Castle. This was an outlier.
We've come to that castle, Banrathy Castle. Just coming through the entrance gate there. These are all genuine thatched roofs and reeds. There's the corn and barn shed. We're gonna wander around and see if we can find the castle. Probably up this way somewhere. Oh, Pierre, a pig. Olden day gypsy caravans. With a goat. This looks like a little township they've built to service the castle. Found ourselves a couple of live reindeer. There's a big bugger with a couple of girls. This is the castle. That's the entrance gate there. I'll go up and have a look at this. Just a big square box really. Some more cannoneer to the one side. And an entrance gate up here, a little drawbridge. This is where the group would have come to have tea last night. This is where they would have had tea last night here. This is the room above, the dining room. With some huge tapestries. Moose head. The lord and the lady's chair. This is what the castle overlooks, the Shannon River. And people had to pay a toll to pass by the castle. It's the exit of the castle right there. Very old, very redundant. Slightly renovated, not much of a castle. Nothing big and grand. Got a traditional bobby walking here with his cup of tea.
Through the trees to the right. Newcastle West.
Kilkenny. Killarney, not Kilkenny, Killarney.
Traffic. Well, Snapdragon's on the left, but we're going to the right. So, on the right, coming up there on the right, there he is. No, he didn't recognise me. And over the hills, and we'll get a picture stop at Ladies View, Killarney for sort of 3:30 or so, 3:45, and then you've got your jaunting car experience. She's holding her finger in her mouth. Anyway, probably a way of showing nerves or something. Yes.
There's a bunch of old cows in the paddock here that we found on the side of the road, with a big bull standing in front of it. Drive today, just left Killarney, and we're doing the Kerry Ring Road, which goes out to a peninsula and back again to Killarney. And this is a lake, it's just out of Killarney. We just had a group photograph taken.
See, that's a monster. You weren't going to make that in a hurry. That's pointing the way to the... these mountains do get snow on them from time to time, but the winter here is extremely mild. So the topping season has already passed here. Away to your left. King Puck is a bit closer to us, buying and selling of horses. Flying away down to Dingle Bay. Kilorglin used to be a very grey, rain-swept little town, but it's found the paint palette like everywhere else now. Coming up towards where the platform is, this little island in the middle of the sort of square here, the 4 manhole covers, that's where the legs of the platform. The platform will be up above you on the left there in a month. Lots of freshly cut peat on both sides now. You see where the bog cotton gathers, waterlogged something. So we've got a lovely day for it. We're going to go and park up in one of the large...
We're heading around the peninsula.
Yeah, sorry, the famine years. And I'd just like to look a bit at the famine. It's a very emotional subject in Ireland. It casts a long, long shadow over the 19th century here. The 18th century had been relatively successful for Ireland, and Dublin was certainly booming in the 18th century. But the 19th century was very much characterised by this great famine and by outward migration. Thousands, millions in the end. Above the bench it says 1916 to 19 blank. Over here on the right now. And of course they're going to have to recarve that. 1916 was the Easter Rising. We'll talk more about that, and you'll hear more about that in Dublin. And they thought the struggles would be over by before the end of the 19th, but it's still 20s now. There's a lovely refurbished church, again in the early English Gothic style. Not as beautiful as the Killarney one, but paid for by Italian Catholics.
Went in to get her feet wet and she got drowned. There's a place called Waterville, Ballinskelligs Bay. This is pretty much the western peninsula of Ireland. It's the Atlantic Ocean, Canada is over that horizon. And the beach here is just absolutely rock and rubble. Here a lady just fell in, she went to get her feet and she got swamped in one of these waves.
Through the mouth of Ballinskelligs Bay, you know you're going to see the Skelligs. They're about 15 miles offshore, and the greater one, and the taller one, reaches over 700 foot high, 700 feet up, and set up this wonderful community which lasted all the smashing into the rocks. And there it is, you can just see the top of Skellig Michael now appearing above Bola's Head. And can you see little Skellig now? Yep, there she is, just beautiful beach down here on the right. The tide's very high, but at lower tides it's a huge sandy beach. And the story goes that an old German sea captain fell in love with this area, and he got a house built at the far end of it. I don't know if anyone's got any binoculars, but there's an unusual house at the far end of that beach, and it's shaped like a ship. It's got so there's your raft at 2 o'clock, and you can see where the sheep are to the right of it is an older raft.
This is where we had lunch today, and these people are very good friends of Maureen O'Hara, the photographer. It's a lovely little lunch. Catch the bus and back to Killarney, the horse and cart ride. A little run through this place. There's some salmon in here. A little stream continues down here. I'm just going to see if I can spot any salmon in there. Spotted a couple of salmon swimming in the river. Very hard to see.
There's the castle to the right of it, and we'll go up the hill into the rather attractive in the middle of the square there. Nice old water pump on the right.
We've left Killarney, and we're now in Blarney, where the Blarney Stone is. This is Blarney Castle. We kissed the Blarney Stone. I don't know if we're going to go and kiss the Blarney Stone, but we're going to go up and have a look at it anyway. This is the Blarney Castle. It's all covered in scaffolding, so you can't really see it.
Must be.
So we paid all those dollars to look at scaffolding. Blarney Stone at the top of the castle. Right, well the Blarney Stone's got to be up there somewhere. You've got to climb a whole shitload of stairs, don't you?
The building only really starts up there, doesn't it? Just tap the candle.
Oh, we'll go and have a look. Shit. Stepping into Blarney Castle. Not much of a castle. This is inside the main hall of the castle. It's not very big. The first story's been. That's a fireplace. The first story's supposed to be there. It's gone. The timber's gone with that. So really, the first floor's gone. The stone's up through there, we're going to have a look. Well, the stone's up in there somewhere. Yeah. That's how high up we are. It's come right up from the very bottom down there. The garden's at the back of the castle from the top. What have we got here? That's a bloody big hole through there. Stones up the top back here. And people are kissing the stone.
Okay.
Oh, there's the exit over there. If you go way down.
The exit's over there.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Way down. Bend underneath and kiss it.
Okay, I'm just
This is the top of the turrets. Forecourt. And it's the exit.
So. It's like the fire. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. All right.
Oh, look where all the dirty lips have been.
No, I don't have any.
For the bars?
Well, that's the Blarney Stone. All the dirty lips have been on that. Look at that.
I'm confused.
It's cork.
80 yards away? I don't think so. 5/8 of a mile sounds much more like 5 minutes. There we go. Right. This is South Main Street. Should we turn right?
This building here, it's going to fall apart.
Right. Yeah, that's pretty rapid. Yeah. It looks like exactly. I'm glad we persisted.
Emergency signs in the road.
All right. Okay. Well, exercise restraint. Front door, Randy.
Oh, really? That's unusual for a Sunday.
1765 that church was built. AD on the other.
Looking beautiful. Almost cloudless sky. Little cloud over there at 2 o'clock. That's the Monabulloch Hills. And beyond is the Comeragh. And the town of Dungarvan. Down near the bay. So lovely view. The Atlantic looking very gentle and blue. Railway line going to the shore.
Into Waterford.
Walking down the track, so it can't be that busy. I've seen that one before. It's newly laid track. I wonder if it's going to be a fancy steam railway, you know, one of those sort of private little touristy one. But if it is, anyway. I'll ask Jack about that. Jack, by the way, is the fountain of...
Oh, did you bring it after all? What did you think you did?
Yeah.
I didn't see you videoing once.
There wasn't much to video. Right, we're in Waterford. And we've just done a walk with this guy. That tower there is 1,000 years old, built by the Vikings, and it's still in use today. They were firing cannons at it from the river over here. The cannonballs were actually bouncing off the side of it. The walls are that thick. I've come to the oldest pub in Ireland, I think it is. The T&H Drilling and Merchants. I'm going to go and have a beer. There's a coat of arms hanging up above the pub door. This is inside the 400-year-old pub with an 800-year-old wall.
Take the sound off the menu and you can save a lot of money.
I didn't get recharged. Yeah, wrong.
Leaving, where are we again?
Waterford.
Waterford, there, that's right. We're leaving Waterford. There's a bridge down there. Heading for Dublin via Kilkenny.
Fun to go out onto the bridge there and dangle your feet above the river on a summer evening. It was so bright last night, I was trying to walk up.
Well, we're in Kilkenny, just been to the doctor's and had a cup of tea, and we found these gardens I recommended to go and have a look at. Called the Castle Gardens. Better go and have a look at the castle yet. This place here is all overgrown with ivy. Nice little fish pond thing in the middle. Got lilies on top even. Right, we've come over to Kilkenny Castle. And this is looking at it from inside in the sort of the courtyard. Got ivy growing up through there. That's the entrance into the courtyard. We come in through that gateway there. And attached to it is these lovely grounds. Nice little green grass. This is the river next to the castle. Don't even know what they call this river. The river in Kilkenny. Looks like someone burnt them off. What are you trying to do? Push me over. This is looking down the other way on the river. Looks like there's a weir. Couple of weirs down there. A trout or something to get up. Looks like the castle's got some stairs that used to go down there, but you can't use them anymore. These are the gardens of the castle and the fountain. And this is the back half or front half of the castle.
Its environs account for 1.5 million of the 3.8 million that live in the Republic of Ireland. So this is very, very much the big one, the big city. Earl of what's his name? Fitzgerald of Kildare, I think his name was. He went and going to follow the canal along pretty much. Our plan. Yes, Dublin has its underbelly. Irish welfare is good for seniors, not so good for younger people. And there are parts of Dublin you need to be a little bit on your toes. Now we're going to go.
This is a lock system that they have here in Dublin on the canal.
So a local little collection of shops there. We're taking a right. That's it. Take a right here. The rooms won't be ready at this time, and we're
staying in Dublin at the Burlington Hotel.
Carlingford, and brought a system of coinage and opened our markets, and that was all grand, and it went on for a couple of hundred miles neutral. And as such, we were never bombed during Fitzwilliam Square. There's 4 of these key parks.
We're going to go into Dublin Castle. This is another building out here. And this is the entrance to the castle. This is the courtyard to the castle. Right, we've come to the cabaret, and this is where we're going to see river dancing. Squish this in like they did at the grid. We're going to have a go at the bottles of wine. They're going to dish out. They've all been uncorked, just like they did in Europe. Big difference.
At least now when I bump into people I'll have an excuse. It's not going to work.
We're inside the Guinness factory. That's where they make Guinness. Storage barrel. Just doing a bit of a tour through the place. At the top of the Guinness factory, in the gravity bar they call it. This is looking down into the Guinness factory. But you can look out over Dublin. So this is Dublin with a bird's eye view. Still looking out over Dublin. And that's Dublin. Dublin right here goes. The tank is right there. Some sort of funny stadium. Rising out there, looks like a ship. So that's the ocean out there.
Did I
Stun mullet?
look through the Viking?
No, it's alright.
Chopped out his sword.
This is the Viking.
It would be pretty hard to tell, I would think. You'd have to have a DNA test.
Hey, look,
Yes.
there's Thor.
What?
Are you Thor?
Oh, it is too. Because that's where we're supposed to originate from. Thor. Okay. Who was a Viking.
I've given that at the moment. They're nailed to the table over. You're disturbing everywhere. You want to try it on? You got to try it on. Ways, no?
There's a Viking sitting on the crapper. Strongbow, 10th century Danish Norwegian.
Customs House by James Gandon, London architect. Who, if anyone's been to St Petersburg, you've been to St Petersburg as well. We've done two beautiful buildings here in Dublin. Customs House on your right, forecourts further up the river.
Reflections everywhere.
That's nice. Very
That's a White House on the boat.
Now, here on the left we've got the O2 Centre. It used to be called the Point for many years. Who's on tonight then? Always a very popular place. Youngish looking crowd. Who is it? Anyway, lightship on page 2, but Clontarf, here we come. The posh bit we come to now. Yeah. The north side and the south side, great rivalry. The north side used to be the poshest, then he went to the south. And why did the guy from the north, no, why did the girl from the south side marry the guy from the north side? To get her handbag back. Very popular pub.
The Gumtree.
Now it's a real shame during Ireland's economic boom that they didn't resurface it. Yeah, with the green thing, with a sort of black. So she'll be going out, I think she goes out about 9 o'clock and then comes back in again and then goes out for us. It's a disgrace. And whilst the England camp may not be entirely of one light rain, does it? But the way it's kind of hanging there. It is smoke, isn't it? I think it's smoke. I can't see any sort of...
There's the White House. It's looking south in Gorra City. And Dublin. And that's looking out towards England, Wales. Wales and England's out that way. Not that you can see it, but they reckon on a clear day it's 70 miles away and you can see the Wales mountains. And this is where we had tea, up on the loft, of our last night in Dublin. The Old Abbey Tavern. Not a bad little place. Nice meal. We're going to go for a walk down the road down there to the waterfront. There's an old church over there. Back on the road. Okay, we walked down from the pub where we had tea. The island out there is called the Island Eye. And this is the marina. A lot of bloody boats in here, buckets of them.
Oh no.
Looks like they've got a yacht club down here. Yacht club. We've got a duck. A wild duck.
That duck is named Fred.
And then we got a breakwall with some boats there, some really old fishing type
Lots of
boats.
sailing boats, but you never see them sailing.
We'll go up to the breakwall and have a look over the other side.
Marinas.
That's the headland up there, look out up there, and we had our dinner up there, restaurants up there. Top of the breakwall, got a fishing boat out here. And let's back out to the Isle of Eye. That's the port with the boats. The entrance to it over there, the lighthouse.
Organised this weekend and
Well, I think it's like a circus farm.
People there.
Coming back from tea, this is 9:30, quarter to 10 at night.
Saying that, probably start leaving everything behind from now on, but no, we've done pretty well. We've had one lost CD, which I'm still hoping will turn up in one of those pop. Any reappearance of CD? No. What a nuisance. Under that bag. Oh, well, it's all just a dream, you see it just... Bye to Dublin town, away on the left there.
What the entertainment centre.
Yeah, indeed. Who put the fire out?
Right, we're on board the ship. This is the stern. Dublin Bay, Dublin Harbour. We're heading out that way towards England. This is the smokestack. Side of the boat. Catamaran, sitting alongside another big P&O vessel. Some dockyards. The ship. And that's Dublin. Coming into Holyrood, UK. Another vessel in. We're just turning around and we're going to back in. Pretty bloody cold out here. Anyway, we're back in the UK. You want to drive in? This is Holyhead. In Wales. Just free up in this sculpture thing down there. Sniffed up. This must be a bridge too. It's a bridge. It's a bridge. Looking bridge. As long as we're...
And those you can use to stamp your what's-its, your passports, right? I think I will extend folks to 1:10 simply because there are a lot of people here, including my mate Danny, who's waving. And there's Barbara, hello. And the Menai Straits below. Well, the river is actually very gentle. It's dead low tide by the look of it. So it's not actually as the water doesn't appear to be moving a lot, which is most unusual. Anyway, you still got the little house in the middle of the current there.
Oh, Paul.
I think in the several hundred times I've been across here, I'd say that's at 9:30, and it looks like a great castle. It is a great castle, but it's not particularly old. It dates from the 1830s. It's built in the... Still see it back on the left. It's called Penryn Castle. Penryn Castle.
Puffin Island, where the puffin birds are.
In fact, tomorrow we're going to be running along. The tribal nature of Wales gradually gels the tribes into bigger and bigger groupings, until eventually we get a guy who calls himself the first Prince of Wales.
It's not a jet fighter.
Amphitheatre to your right, and we reckon there's about 8,000 seats here, all the way up above our heads. And we thought there wasn't much in the way of gladiatorial combat until we did some archaeology there a couple of years ago, and we found all the rings where the animals were tied up to the right. One of the things they most liked doing was flooding it and having ships on there, boats, and hand-to-hand fighting in the amphitheatre. There's an old Saxon priory on your right. So start mentally preparing. Well, we've done pretty well time-wise, actually. As I say, I think traffic is a little bit quieter today. So yeah, leaving time is 4:50 or 10 of 5, 10 to 5.
This is the main square in Chester. Cathedral in Chester.
Over there, that way a bit.
The walkway lanes in Chester. Good looking clock down here.
Standard time.
It's 14th century. This is a raised walkway over Old Roman Street. So shops used to be out this way. This is an old door, a really old door. This is more old arts and crafts. These buildings are really old, 13th century as well. 1615 this building. What's the age of this building? I'm still standing.
Of the roads, this is the sort of shop area.
1664, an old building.
Little ones at the front.
Queen Victoria's clock.
The way you look at some faces, the early English we saw around the back there with the very simple windows. This is the third face, the perpendicular, which has got a... Yeah, strange looking buildings over there on the right. See, it's caught your eye. You see to the right of that one, you can see Granada Studios there, and that's where the main Coronation Street.
This is Manchester.
Not Darling Clearwater. So we've got the canals beneath us now and the River Irwell. Railway bridges everywhere. A real mixture of ancient and modern.
Since 1912.
Oh, no.
Didn't I just get a beautiful...
I'm happy about that.
That's the castle. Going way down to Bristol today from Manchester. 12th century. That's the cottage. Well, it looks like it's ready to fall down. And on the side of the building is an old-fashioned sundial or clock. But there's no sun today, so you can't tell what time it is. Really old church as well. There's a gravestone here. And they died and buried here on January 27, 1662. It was before Australia had even been discovered. That's the castle in the distance. In the town centre of Ludlow. And these are really old buildings, 1200s, 1300s. Oh, very, very old. This one here hangs out over the street corner's been waxed. Had to replace the corner a couple of times. Just looking down one of the main streets in Ludlow. Still very, very old homes. All rickety and rockety and look like they're going to fall over. It's an old pub. An old tavern. Oh, looks like it's ready to fall over. Really, really old. Trying to find a date on it. Oh, there it is, 1365. There's another.
Might be at the front.
Really, really old.
I'll go over and look.
Come on, 1619 built. Doesn't look like it's going to fall over. But it's all original. It's looking back up the street. We just walked down and the church in the background. Looks like the town hall. And all the old buildings. Found myself an hour in the market. Well, we're going to have a look at the castle. This is called Ludlow Castle. I wander through the gate here and have a quick look at it. This is Castle Square, 12th century marketplace. It's inside the castle wall.
Town all round, really. We're going to turn.
Is that the secret, is it? To be up
But
against
sadly,
the
he said
bars?
that the hotel had burnt down. Good pulling mills for the wool industry are down there on the left. Carding was where
Look at all the reflections.
you combed it, basically.
Wye Valley.
See,
just about
a little bit of mud
so that
revealed
must be
there, so
nearly
we're
salty
just
here.
in the tidal range. So the monks could come up the river, connect with the ocean from here, down into the Bristol Channel, and we'll be crossing the base of the River Wye later on, as before we cross the big River Severn. So it's just a slight tidal movement. Visible over at 11 o'clock. The Cistercian Abbey. The Cistercians. Wales. It was founded in 1131 above Tintern Abbey. And so we're going to pull in here, have a little half-hour break, See, beautiful window pointing towards us. Excellent example of decorated Gothic or geometric Gothic. See the beautiful patterns of tracery, the stonework within the window. And you get a really good idea of how grand these buildings were. I mean, this was just for 30 months or so, and lay brethren 2 or 3.
Down towards the 7th bridge. There's the 7th bridge. There it is, the 7th bridge.
Coming up again. We were over it 3 weeks ago.
Oh, were you?
Okay.
Now, first of all, we're going to cross the Wye River. So there's the River Wye. And there's the River Severn over to your right, the new bridge. Or newish bridge, it's probably been open now 15 years, I guess. Always looks very dirty, drinking chocolate, heavy sediments, not particularly polluted, but just brings down a lot of sediments. Barclay nuclear reactor. And a bit further beyond we can see Berkeley Castle, where Edward II came to a rather unpleasant end. Edward II was married, but his wife found out he had a friend and he was batting for both sides, and she wasn't too happy about that.
We're on our way to Bath and we stopped off at the Royal Victoria's Park. This is the gardens out the front. I'm going to go over and have a look at the building. This is the building, it's the Royal Victoria Park building. This is probably apartments. It was crappy in front of us. Setting up for something.
Absolutely beautiful, very complex for classical houses, which are normally very, very straightforward. We've got double Doric columns at the bottom, double Ionic in the middle, and double Corinthian in the top layer. Then you've got your elliptical holes in the parapet, and then you've got your acorns on the top. The Druidic symbol, and you see the other Druidic symbols above in the frieze above the front doors. And actually looking at the front doors, see how many bells there are in each one, because very few of these now are complete houses. Most of them are split up in.
We're going to go into the baths. This is the Abbey or church out the front. Not all that old. But apparently this is the Roman baths here. Roman baths. Typical old Roman type room. Going through the front door. We'll have a look inside. We're going into the Roman baths. Okay, this is the Roman baths. Yeah, bloody dirty. Wouldn't want to have a bath in that. We'll have to have a look and see how old this place is. Hot springs. stones from the bath. And this carved by a Celtic person. This is a stone coffin. There's that bloke in it. With a big lining. That's what it looked like. Sacrificial altar. This is an underground overflow for the hot springs. And in top. 2,000 years old. Still running. Found a Roman person going to have a bath. Here we got some more baths. These ones aren't in use, but this was another bathroom they've excavated. And they're still doing more excavations. This was like a spa room. This was a small swimming pool. There's someone back there, someone a bath. They even have pipe that they've made out of copper and folded it over, and they've joined it together with lead. The pipe's probably a 3-inch pipe. Here they've got a wishing well where lots of people are throwing their money in. Must have been another bath. There's so many baths in this place, it's unbelievable. There's some bloody coins in there, I tell you. This is the West Baths. There's just so many baths. Unbelievable. More baths. Outside the baths and having a cup of coffee. This is the pump room outside. This is all 2,000 years old. I built this in the year 78 AD. Thereabouts. And that's us here having a cup of coffee. More architecture in Bath. Roman days. Museum somewhere. There's some more flowers. Two in the middle of it. And the yellow iron. I'm going to walk over here and look at some gardens. Here we have the River Avon running through the centre of Bath. Some lovely gardens on the edge of the river. Looks like that's all made out of plants. It's a line made out of plants. Then there are the gardens. Much more over there. There's flowers right down in there. And it's the gardens in Bath on the River Avon. Just up from the gardens we found a bridge over the River Avon. Weir. He's not going to come over that weir, is he? It's a bit dangerous. Yeah, anyway, there's a weir. It flies down. A lot of boats downstream, that's down towards the gardens. Back up here, what we got is this bridge is a bit like the one in Florence, where they have all shops inside the bridge. Same design and same sort of thing as in Florence. Interesting.
We haven't got a Greg.
Oh, what's his name? Gary.
Gary.
There's more gardens down there that we didn't see when we were videoing this garden before. There's that line. Up against the
Murray.
wall. There's the gardens. Give you an idea of the seagulls over here. That's a seagull and that's a pigeon. These things are as big as bloody eagles. And that's the bloody pet. These things are huge. Yeah, almost as big as a bloody wedge-tailed eagle nearly. Massive. Not like our scrawny little things.
Cathedral choirs were always boys only, but nowadays they tend to have mixed, yeah. So we're going to go down to the left. There'll be good views of the cathedral from time to time on our left-hand side if you want photographs. It's a very fine decorated Gothic cathedral, so it's mainly 13th, late 13th and early 14th century. Through here, this is the second place where we see it. You see it through this on your left now, yeah, up there. But if we go down a little bit further where those little railing things are, how many people we got behind us? A million? A couple, enough. So we'll just have to keep going, folks. But it's snap, snap, snap. Wells Cathedral, folks. The little town of Wales. Left there now. That's fantastic. Do you see how? We'll just go down the main street. Again, they're trying to send you all the way around the house. Thea came here, but according to St. Dunstan, who was the abbot of the most powerful Benedictine, look at that, very required indeed. Hairdressing for men, I could do with a haircut. Over there on the right. So let's have a look as we go along. Most of it's down the far end. Antique shop there on the right, not to be closed. Pub on the right. Post office on the right. Coming up on the right there, and this is the Truckle of Cheese. There's a cafe on the left, nice one, and this does food as well on the right. That's probably be able to get some really good cheddar in there if you like that sort of thing. So Soul Therapy Meditation Centre on the right, Natural Earthling Enlightenment on the left, Heritage Fine Foods on the left, Delicatessen.
We are in British Hippie Town. Yeah, this is. We're trying to have a big hippie festival on here at the moment. All funny looking people. This is Glastonbury. This is where all the hippies are. There's a hippie. There's another hippie. This is full of hippies. This is the witch's shop. You can buy anything for a witch here.
Growing tips.
Yeah. Look, and marijuana growing tips.
Another one.
Another one up here is called How to Shit in the Woods.
How to shit in the woods.
That's actually a good one, I've got that.
When money is the drug for the insides.
The Mists of Avalon.
The healing power of energy. We found a pub in this town. It was built in 1462. What of what's there? George Pilgrim. 1452. This is our inside bus on fire. We've had nothing but pollen with this bus the whole bloody time. Absolute joke. We got a great big pool of diesel on the ground underneath the bus, so that's what was catching fire. And we're all got to sit here and wait for a few hours until we can get another bus. Things are going to be a bit of a problem for a while. Hanging around, waiting for another bus. Looks like we're going to miss our cruise this afternoon. So much for our inside bus. In fact, you can see the black soot. You can see the black soot all over the back of the bus. That's a number plate of this bloody heap of shit. It's an island. So much for that bus. Right, we've got the fire brigade here now. They've already arrived. Trouble is the bus is burnt down. Not really.
I don't think he heard.
So you'll get one over next week, rescue truck or boat.
Wellington's monument
is shared between Somerset and Devon. We come to the Exeter Ship Canal in a few seconds time, the straight bit coming up underneath us. Underneath us now is the oldest canal in Britain, and the town of Exeter visible in the distance to the right. You might be able to see the two. The Tamar is the border most of the way between Cornwall and Devon. So everyone out on the water, what a lovely afternoon for it. We've got the rowing club here on the left, water skis, and of course you come down to Plymouth, one of the great names in our illustrious maritime history. And I'm sorry that we couldn't do the boat. We got all of today and a little bit of yesterday in the shape of the boat trip, so let's on the north side. We're going to go up past the football ground, and we're going to go up to Yelverton, and then we're going to go on the small roads up on the moor, the largest of the three moors of the southwest. That's Dartmoor. We're going to go up on there, and then we're going to see the old prison, and we're going to see an ancient bridge, and then we'll go have a couple of biggie stops. We should see the ponies, Dartmoor ponies, and then we're going to go down to Tavistock, which is always one of my favourite little stops on the tour.
Where are you staying tomorrow then?
If you remember the moorland, moors are elevated areas of infertile ground and characterised by few trees, because vets come and check them over once a year to make sure that the quality of them is good and cull any ones that are...
And we've spotted a paddock full of nags.
Lying down looks a bit scrawny, doesn't it?
These are supposed to be wild nags, but the vet comes and checks them out once a year, so not really wild. Right, we're up on Dartmoor looking back at Plymouth. on the sort of south coast area. We'll sort of come up from the lowlands up to the highlands.
Them all walking over.
This is where the Brumbies are. So I say they're not real Brumbies.
Well, they are.
Well, they're sort of semi-wild. The vet comes and checks them out once a year.
Oh, they're heading off.
There we are, look at that, marvellous.
It's an old prison from 1812. This is a road bridge. And then over here on the right is a walk bridge that was put in many years ago. Two great big slabs of bloody rock. They've been lowered onto pillars, and it's just a walk bridge over the river. Spotted a baby trout in the river. He's not a real baby, but he's pretty small.
One of us?
Just of this?
Yeah, just of any part. I don't care anywhere. Don't fall out of the sea though.
I'll take another one.
Having seen all those natural tours, one over there at 1 o'clock from us in the distance, there's a pointy hill on the horizon there. That is a church on top of it. So that's a man-made tour, if you like.
It's just
Countryside span to circumnavigate the globe. Bordering Devon behind us, Cornwall in front. There we are. Welcome to Cornwall. There he is, up above us on the right. Up above you on the right there, he's so lazy. Oh, mother left in the shoe. And a funny little house there on the right. There he is, there's your yellow shoe. Got the Christie. And the same guy, the guy came out to do the luggage. What's orange? Sounds like a parrot. A carrot. Come on, Austrians. Wobble on a bit, wobble on. Now we're closing on the village. We can see St Martin's Church. I think it's the old post office there on the left. Is a great picture. Now we're turning in right to go.
Ancient post office, 12th century. And the bloody roof's fallen in the. It's supposed to be Arthur's castle, King Arthur's Castle Hotel. And this is looking south into the ocean. And I think that's Land's End at the bottom of England. Out that way somewhere. Well, that's looking west out to Land's End, which there's a boat out there somewhere. There's a boat. There it is. There's a boat down there. Above it, you can't see it, it's too smoggy. But Land's, here it is there, Land's End. Out there. This is the coastline looking west. Looking south, there's a sailing boat out there. Another one out there. And this is looking east and back towards London. We'll go over here and have a look. And looks like it's an old fort. Maybe an old castle or something that's been all ruins down there. There's more of it over the other side. It's a walk you can do around the point. Yeah, that's all been fortified. And that's looking towards London.
£3.70 my life. How much? £6 you've got to try it. Yeah. That must be the reason. Paying Bridge, Toll Bridge, and we're also going to see Brunel's last great achievement. Here it is on the right, it's the Saltash Bridge. You can see on the end of it, it's written I.K. Brunel, engineer, 1859. That's the year he died at the age of 53, and he was trundled out here on a truck to witness the official opening of his very unusual tubular bridge. There is the tubular bridge. It was guaranteed for 100 years. It's on its way towards its second 100 now. So that carries the railway line into Cornwall area. And the restaurant we're going to tonight is just through here on the left in the... sorry, that's a little bit early. Next one on the left on the quay. There's a great nautical feel to the place. But as you can see, a really, really holiday maker feel as well. So that's where we're going down there on the left later on. So busy round here. I don't know if any of you explored down here last night, but we've got 15 minutes. We don't want to keep the boat waiting because obviously, you know, they very kindly switched our booking from yesterday to today. So we're going to park up here in a momento. There's your Edinburgh Woolen Mill on your left there, Lynn, just to get your bearings. And
I'll come down to the Plymouth docks. I'm going to go out for a cruise on one of those boats over there.
I'll tell you one thing I'm looking for.
This is the Mayfair Steps. I don't know, but I think this is the Mayfair Steps. Mayflower Steps.
Oh, but I don't get my shadow in that.
Alright, and this is Plymouth, our hotel. Goes up in there. Back to the other hotel's that building there. And this is the port of Plymouth. And the boats. And this is the harbour. And what we have here is the famous Mayfair Steps. Mayflower Steps. You can see where all the old ships used to tie up. All the old square rig sailing ships used to tie up to this end of this wall. These cobblestones are probably all original stones. Anyway, we're going to go out for a drive around on that boat out there.
The scheme of balls before setting sail to engage with the Spanish Armada. The tall structure with a green ball on the top. That's the Naval War Memorial. That's to the dead of the 2 World Wars. Built by Henry Winstanley in 1698. This was taken by again in 1705. When it was a little bit stronger, made of stone and wood cladded. Destroyed by fire and then re-erected on Plymouth Road to one from John Lehman. The Forsyth House has been out there for the last 130 years. Built by James Douglas. That became unmasked in 1986. like the one on the right there. That one will probably set you back about 3 million ticks, sort of a month. Then from memory, the expedition was so cool. He died 11 miles short of that vessel. But there are plans on the right, about wide. Under there, there are some good projects. Warship known as the Royal William. That's not the original wooden figurehead. That's the fiberglass replica. The original wooden figurehead in the Dockyard Museum. Poor fella's got dry rot. Can't say where he's got it, but he's got it. Seagull missile system. And the hangar on the stern, there'll be a Lynx or Merlin helicopter. That's the SD Victoria. SD stands for Serco Denham. It's the company that run all the auxiliary vessels for the dockyards. She's a brand new vessel, just been delivered. She's capable of worldwide deployment and used in military training operations. The house and estate on the hill behind that, the Naval Married Families Quarters. There used to be a rent establishment there. It had the very unfortunate name of HMS Impregnable.
Mayflower steps from the water. This is what they used to tie up all the vessels.
Carriageway. And we'll take a coffee break there. Them up there on the hill to the right. The Duke of Wellington. The Iron Duke. The landscape here on the horizon to the right, close to the road on the right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 little tumuli there, getting picked out in this field coming up on the right. Most of these have been excavated, not all of them. There's treasure in them. And occasionally you read about people ransacking them in the night. It doesn't happen very often.
This is Stonehenge in the car park. In the car park. This is another Stonehenge with timber in the ground. Those archaeologists have discovered. There's another Stonehenge made out of timber. But this place is so busy, it is unbelievable. There is thousands and thousands of rugby people waiting to get in.
Actually, I don't think we're going
We better get moving up with the other crowd.
you know what's going
This thing is 7,000 years old. Older than the pyramids. They've done carbon dating on it. Had many changes over the centuries. The first reckoned 7,000 years old.
Do you want a photo?
This is the marker stone for the path which came from between those trees over there down the River Avon. This is how they think it was. That's how they reckon it used to look like. These are the paddocks near the car park. These mounds are burial mounds. And the whole area is littered with them. Some have been unearthed and some haven't. They're still intact. The illustrious leader has been up into the paddock chasing butterflies. Doesn't look like he's got any. Here we are at Huntington Tower. We've just left 3 days in Perth doing geology. And this is the Riven house of Huntington Tower. We're going to wander in and have a look at it. Huntington Tower, House of the Rivens. Alright, this is the back door, I would say. We've come in the back door. And this is like a reception room, I would say. A dome roof. This was built early 1500s. Fireplace. Alright, when you shut this door, bloody big heavy door, it's got somewhere where they can slide a big board right across the door and lock it in there. And from here you walk into like an entry foyer of some description. The tower house. I reckon about 1460 it was built. original tower, the first one. So this is like a foyer area, like a gap between the two major towers. And there's that internal staircase, spiral staircase going up there. Let's go up and have a look. There's a handrail up here. This is up to the first level. Okay. Timber floor. What have we got here? Oh, look at the ceiling. Oh, the ceiling's all been decorated. I mean, that's one of the beams. Really strange. Another beam. It's got all decorations on it as well.
What's this side?
That's just a bit about the decorations on the roof. The fireplace. Okay. That's a stairway that goes down to the other building. In this window arch, we've got a rabbit. This is all painted into the brickwork or rockwork with other stuff. Looks like a horse. Something they've put plastic over the top of it so no one touches it. So like a painting etched into the wall. There's another one up there. Can't make heads or tails of that one. There's more there. These are all part of the decorations. And there's obviously decorations are on the walls. That's the remnants of it. Alright, we're going to go up the stairs again. The next level. It's dark up here. It's probably the boudoir, is it? I don't know. Let's have a, I don't know. It's got a window and a fireplace there and another fireplace over there. They've redone the roof in here, put a timber roof on it. It looks like a couple of seats in the window. Maybe they sat there to wait on rock. Oh, and over there as well.
Hold this so it doesn't get wet.
Did my lens get wet? Back down the dining room. We're going to go down this bridging staircase. That looks like a dunny. Get this thing to work. In there looks like a dunny. What they used to use as a toilet. Going down the stairs. We're going to go across to the other tower. Bats in Huntington Tower. Yeah, look at the bat poo. Obviously got bats living up in here somewhere.
What's today's date?
I don't know. Okay, this is the next big room. Looks like a dining room or an entertainment room. Oh, look at the wall over here. Looks how that used to be decorated. Like that. cove and a little pigeonhole down there. Looks like a laundry chute. Looks like there used to be another level up there because that's a fireplace, so there used to be a floor there. And that floor they haven't put back in. It looks like another level up there again, but they haven't put back in. And that's all about the Gowrie conspiracy. That's the Gowrie's coat of arms. And this is the room that's got the pigeon loft in it. All those holes up there. It's the only internal pigeon loft in any castle in Scotland. The rest of them normally have them outside. This has got 3 more levels there. There's 1 level there. Another level up there they haven't put back in, and another in the pigeon loft, which is on the top level. I'm going to go for a walk up and have another look. There is. It goes across to another room over there. Have to run across. That's the pigeon loft in through there. And there's the flag. This is the backyard, or the back of the tower, back of the Huntington Tower. That stairs goes up to the second battlement, the second part of the building. And that's Huntington Tower. That's that end of it. And I'll walk around the front. And this is the front of the castle. In the front door down there. And it looks like they've done lots of modifications to this place over the years. I don't know what was in there. Looks like it used to be a door there and it's been bricked in. That's the front door. Right, we just left Aberdeen. There was nothing much to see at Aberdeen. On our way to Braemar and maybe Balmoral Castle. And across the falls of Fulham. Apparently this is where the salmon jump up the river as well. I'm going to have a look at them. This is the river we're looking at, and this is where the salmon jump up. I just saw one trying to jump up through there. We'll keep an eye out and see if we can spot him. Beautiful river. Oh, look at that one! Oh, there it goes. Yeah, another one trying to get up there. Trying to go. Look at that one. Oh, I'm missing. Oh, look at him go. Did you make it? Nah.
I saw another one there.
Oh, that's a big one. Oh, you see the size of it?
You still got your camera. Did you get him?
Yeah, he's got a large bit of him. I'll leave the camera on. Oh, look at that one go. Whoa. an upwind. Oh, we get another one. Oh, there goes one. Oh, one just come up and went back down again. Another one come up and went back down again. Oh, there goes one. There's another one. He landed right on the rock. That was the bridge we were on, looking at all the fish jumping in, and the nice rock bridge right next to it. On our way from Kingussie, from Braemar to Kingussie. And this is like an old castle. Nope, just an old homestead down there. There's a can. And we're heading down that road to Kingussie. We've come up to the top of the mountains on the way to Kingussie and we've found the Scotland ski slopes. That's a ski resort there. And over the left is all these chairlifts. Run up the mountain, and this must be the ski fields. Yeah, picturesque. Not a tree anywhere. And there's bloody seagulls up here. Bloody seagulls flying around somewhere. Buckets of them up here. We've driven from Kingussie all the way down to Dialerton. Have a look at Dialerton Castle, another castle the Rivens used to own. It's back up in through there. Here's the entrance. Dialerton Castle, open to visitors. Dialerton Castle, the guardian of the bishop. Intrusion plot. Must be plays are going to have here. This is the gardens on the entry into the castle. Very pretty. And up there's the castle. That's what the castle used to look like in 1550. They were the third owners of this place. Looking back at the gardens, in that turret down there is a little museum that we had a look at. I have here this pigeon coop. This is a pigeon coop where they used to keep their pigeons, eat the eggs and the meat, and the bird shit they used to make gunpowder out of.
Where do these?
And they call this a dovecot. That's where they house their pigeons. We're going to have a look inside. Oh my godfather. Oh God, how many pigeons you have here? Holy dooly. A hole in the roof. God, there's a million pigeons here. That's part of the castle. I'll up and have a look. There's big holes in the side of the walls up here. That's the entrance. Yeah, must have had a moat in there. There's a big bridge to walk across. That's the entrance to the castle. And there's a madame. Oh, this is in the courtyard. Like there are other buildings here at some stage, but we just have ruins now. There's dungeons down in there. Down in there. It's probably not a bad castle in its day. Looks like this is a dungeon or something down here. For a fire, I don't know. Looks like a well or something. This is the bakehouse. Oh, this must have been the kitchen. It says bakehouse. Yeah. This is big. Castle vaults. Must have had water or something in there. This is the chapel. That's the priest's quarters in there. This is above the storehouse. This is the chapel. Look how thick these walls are. Christ, about 2 metres deep. That one there's about 4 metres deep. And from here you can look down into the storeroom. Down these stairs here is called the prison pit. Come and have a look at this prison pit. Looks like a dunny down there. Oh, we'll go and have a look at the prison pit.
You take some photos.
Oh, this is down underneath the chapel. Oh, yeah, just a room. Looks like that could be the dunny. Or that'd be down, drops down the big bloody hole down there. Well, this is the hall. Must have been a mantelpiece. Fancy looking mantelpiece, because there's no roof on this no more. But this would have been the hall where they used to eat. It says hall. Yep. And down here's a pantry. Pantry. The stairs that go down there. Downstairs to where the bakehouse was. And this is the view out across the bay into Edinburgh from the top of the castle, and that's looking out to the ocean. Right there, that's all the ocean. And around to the left here you come into Edinburgh. Edinburgh's around to our left more. This is from the dining hall looking back at the ruins. And the other side of the castle is the Ruthven Lodgings. So this was what they put on. Yep. This is what they put on. What's this? Castle. Let's have a read of this. The roof and lodgings. Oh, this is the Vaux. Yeah, so this was the Vaux. Yeah, well, you didn't go in that one. This is the Vaux part. God, they got little rooms off everywhere. This must have been a... This is where they probably sat and ate. But this was the Vaux. Going through here. Let's have a look. Little... That must have been a dunny. This is probably a bedroom. Yeah, private chamber. This one's a private chamber. Got bloody birds nesting in here. Probably bats and all. Oh, this is up on the battlement. This is where they poured the hot oil over the edge. Flag. Dead end. Go back. Now this is the River's lodgings here. Right next to the castle, when you walk down the stairs they've got a bowling green and there's more gardens out through the back out there. And these are pretty grounds. This castle is actually built smack on bloody big rock. On the way back from the castle we're walking through the grounds of the castle. Have a look at these bloody flowers. God. A manicured garden. I can see a big flower in the garden. Here we are in Bangkok. This is our room in Bangkok. A great big 2-bedroom place. There's Mama in bed snoring her head off. And this is the room view. What we got out here is a great big bloody temple. Fancy looking thing. There. Another fancy looking thing over there. Freeways. The building looks like it's going to fall over there. And that tower is supposed to be the biggest tower here in Bangkok, I think. We've got this great big building across from us. And way over in the distance, looks like they've got a fancy looking bridge. Yeah, some fancy looking bridge there with wires and cables coming off it. And what a lovely view outside our window. The slums and the squalor of Bangkok. It's right outside our bloody balcony. hovel.
They can have a free fridge. It's a way of promoting trade.